Check. Hello. Check. Check. Hello. Check.
Check 3-4.
Check. Hello.
Check 3-4.
I think we're about ready. We can go ahead then and go on the record. Good morning. This is June 8th, 2023. It is Thursday, and we are here for another day of the EA 2023-0017 hearing. And we left off with staff's witnesses, and the next witness has already taken his place, and so I will swear him in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give at this hearing will be the truth?
I do.
Thank you. If you could spell your name for the court reporter.
Alan Bax, first name Alan, A-L-A-N, last name Bax, B-A-X.
And you're going to have to pull that mic down just a little, so there you go.
Okay.
And you can go ahead, Mr. Pringle, when you are ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Bax.
Good morning.
By who are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm an engineer employed in the Engineering Analysis Department of the Industrial Analysis Division of the Missouri Public Service Commission.
And did you contribute to staff's report in this case, which has been previously marked as Exhibit 109?
Yes.
Did you submit rebuttal testimony in this case, which has been previously marked as Exhibit 100?
Yes.
At this time, do you have any corrections to make to the staff report or your rebuttal testimony?
I do not.
If I asked you the same questions today within your rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Bax. Judge, at this time, I offer Exhibit 100 into the record.
Would there be any objection to Exhibit 100? Seeing none, I will admit Exhibit 100.
Thank you, Judge. At this time, I tender Mr. Bax for cross-examination.
Sorry, hang on just a minute. All right. Is there cross-examination from MLA?
No questions, Your Honor.
Agriculture Associations.
No questions, Judge.
Is Mr. Hollander here this morning? Ms. Stimmy? Public Counsel?
Thank you, no.
Associated Industries?
No questions, Judge. Thank you.
I haven't checked if our other attorneys are actually online. Sierra Club?
Yes, we don't have any questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Renew Missouri?
No questions, thank you.
Clean Grid Alliance?
No questions. Thank you.
MEC?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
And Greenbelt?
No questions. Thank you.
All right. Are there any commission questions?
No questions, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Holzman. All right. I've got just a couple here, and I'm okay. In Mr. Rodriguez's sur rebuttal on pages 9 to 10, he responds to some of the concerns that you raised about interconnection costs in your rebuttal. Did his response address your concerns?
Well, Mr. Rodriguez, as I recall, had testifies that Ameren, Missouri customers are not going to be assessed, that Invenergy was going to be paying for the Invenergy may be paying for perhaps the bulk of the interconnection costs for which I was referring to, but yeah, given that I'm not totally comfortable with that statement that Ameren, Missouri customers will not be allocated none of the costs associated with the MISO, what the needed system improvements that MISO would require.
And so you reviewed those interconnection costs to see or did you review those interconnection costs to see if they were included in the project costs?
No, I think Mr. Rodriguez had mentioned studies H-104, H-105, approximately $300 million but those haven't been, MISO is, he also said that MISO was reviewing a possible transmission connection agreement with them, so that's a outstanding evolution, let's say.
So those costs in MISO haven't yet been determined, and so they're not included.
Right.
Okay.
Not officially.
In Mr. White's rebuttal on page 4, he responded to your request in your rebuttal that the commission require Grain Belt to provide as-built plans. And is his response that Grain Belt would be open to providing this information, provided it's consistent with 20 CSR 4240-20.045 subsection 5 satisfactory?
My understanding was Mr. White was willing to provide the commission with as-built drawings after the project became operational, was energized. I had suggested that the commission, in view that the CCN rule requires that drawings be provided with the application, and drawings were provided with the applications that were identified as preliminary. And there's been testimony that says that they're working on these, they're working on the drawings for the HVDC line, the converter station, the Tiger connector, and so forth. As those, and presuming that the construction will be, the construction personnel will be handed drawings that prior to the beginning of such, that I suggested that in addition to the as-built afterwards, that these drawings, as they become finalized, that are presumably going to be available to construction, be provided, a set of those drawings also be provided to the commission at that time.
And did he respond to the request to have them basically as you go?
Yeah, there seemed to be some confusion as to what exactly I was requesting, and in attempting to what I was requesting was that as drawings are finalized in regard to project construction installation, that those drawings in the beginning that would be provided to the construction personnel would also be provided to the commission in addition, and then in addition to the as-built drawings after the project becomes operational.
And so is staff asking the commission to include that as a
condition to the, yes.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure I had that clear, the timing. Also, in Mr. White's rebuttal on pages 4 to 5, he responded to concerns you raised about bidirectional operation. And did that response address staff's concerns?
For the most part, yes. Yep.
Okay. All right, that is all the questions that I had. Would there be any further cross-examination based on my questions from MLA,
No, Your Honor.
ag associations,
No, Judge.
Ms. Stimmy? Public counsel,
Thank you, no.
Associated Industries,
No questions, Judge. Thank you.
Sierra Club,
No, thank you.
Renew Missouri,
No, thank you.
Clean Grid Alliance,
No, thank you.
MEC,
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Greenbelt.
Just a couple, Judge, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Bax.
Good morning.
Did I hear you say just a minute ago in response to the judge's questions that you're not comfortable with Mr. Rodriguez's statement that Ameren won't be allocated any upgrade costs?
Yes,
And have you reviewed Mr. Rodriguez's rebuttal testimony?
I have read it, yes.
Okay, so you're aware that on page 9 of his rebuttal, he discusses the fact that the MISO's tariff is very clear that Grainbelt will be responsible for all those costs?
Yes, I read that.
And do you have any reason to disagree with that?
That's just not my understanding of the applicable MISO tariffs in regard to in regard to projects of this nature.
Okay, so you
That it
can't-
won't be, that it,
Excuse me.
that they would not be, that they would be, not be assessed any costs associated with this.
So you've not identified any costs, with specific dollar amounts that you believe will be allocated to Ameren?
I have not.
Okay. And is it customary for certain costs to be allocated to a transmission
That's
customer?
my understanding, yes.
Okay, that's it. Oh, just a minute, Judge. Mr. Bax, just one more clarifying question. On page 6, line 12 of your rebuttal testimony, in response to Grainbelt witness Aaron White, you recommend that the company provide as-built drawings as they become available. Is that an accurate reading of your testimony?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. I believe you just said on the stand that you would like as-built drawings as they become final in advance of construction. Is it as they become available or as they become final in advance of construction?
well, that, as the company, if you will, finalizes contextual drawings that are provided to, that are presumably going to be provided to the construction personnel in advance of installation, that such drawings would also be copied to the commission in using the company's words, if you will, since they identified the drawings to the application as preliminary. These would be the preliminary as-built drawings that would be updated after the fact, after the project becomes operational.
Okay, all right, thanks. I appreciate that clarification. Nothing else, Judge.
Thank you. Is there any redirect?
Yes, Judge, very brief. Mr. Bax, Judge DePel asked you a few questions about bidirectional flow.
Yes.
Are you aware what are incremental costs?
Yeah, and I am incremental costs that would be costs that are they're talking about additional costs that would, in the case of bidirectional, whether the project was going to include the incremental costs associated with a lot that would enable bidirectional flow.
And are there any incremental costs associated with this application today?
No,
Would there be incremental costs with such a bidirectional flow?
yes.
Thank you, Mr. Bax. No further questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bax. That completes your testimony.
Judge.
Would staff like to call its next witness?
Yes, Judge. Staff calls Michael Rush.
Could you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give at this hearing will be the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Rush.
Good morning.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
It's Michael Rush, Michaelrush.
And Mr. Rush, by who are you employed and in what capacity?
The Missouri Public Service Commission as Critical Infrastructure Security Engineer.
And did you contribute to staff's report in this case, which has been previously marked as Exhibit 109?
Yes.
Did you submit rebuttal testimony in this case, which has been previously marked as Exhibit 106?
Yes.
At this time, do you have any corrections to make to your contributions to the staff report or your rebuttal testimony?
No.
If I asked you the same questions today within your rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same or substantially the same?
Yes.
Are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. At this time, I offer Exhibit 106 into the record.
Would there be any objection to Exhibit 106? Seeing none, I will admit that.
Thank you, Judge. At this time, I tender Mr. Rush for cross-examination.
And I'm just going to ask generally, is there going to be cross-examination for Mr. Rush? Seeing none, I will ask if there is any commission questions. Mr. Chairman? No?
Judge,
Yes, Commissioner Holzman, you had a question?
I just have a couple brief questions for him.
Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Rush.
Good morning.
We heard from a witness, Monker, from a national security organization. In his testimony, he indicated that the existence of grain belt would improve national security, improve the safety of Missouri citizens, and well, let's start there. Do you agree with those two statements, that an existence of this project would improve national security and improve safety of Missouri citizens?
Well, I would like to start by talking about what national security is. And the Federal Code of Regulations has a definition. And that definition is, I'll read it right here, refers to those activities which are directly concerned with foreign relations of the United States, protection of the nation from internal subversion, foreign aggression, or terrorism. So while I would agree that critical infrastructure such as the electric grid is necessary to support national security, this particular line, while it may, as it gets included in critical infrastructure, become part of national security, it as an individual project doesn't necessarily make it a matter of national security.
Okay. Do you believe that the ability to flow bidirectional would improve the security of Missouri residents for natural disasters and extreme weather events?
As it's necessary to move power from one place to another, if a infrastructure or piece of infrastructure were able to move power from one place to another to support the grid in either end or both ends, that would increase the stability of the grid, and therefore, as a functioning piece of equipment, would increase the national security of the United States. Yes.
Would the addition of the second interconnection point with AECI enhance or improve the reliability and resiliency, mission assurance requirements, and continuity of operations of Missouri's military installations, such as Fort Leonard Wood or Whiteman?
So when you say you're talking about the change, the Tiger connector change from
Yes.
one place to the other.
Yes, the material change.
Now, I will say that I have not investigated whether or not a particular change in the grain belt line would better support the grid in any particular fashion. That would be more appropriate for other staff witnesses to evaluate the effect of the change. My position is that as an individual project, what I think that the decision on whether or not the grain belt is an appropriate project would be better suited for topics such as, is it going to do those things? And that's not part of my testimony.
Okay. Last question. Monken witness testified that the existence of the Grain Belt Project would improve our standing for the BRAC. Do you agree that this project would impact the BRAC process in any way?
I am unsure of an answer to that question.
Okay. That's all the questions I have, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any other commission questions? Okay, seeing none. Is there further cross-examination based on the commission questions? And again, I'll just kind of ask generally. I'm not seeing any responses to the affirmative, so is there redirect from staff?
No redirect, Judge. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Mr. Rush. Your testimony is concluded and you may be excused.
Thank you.
And staff may call its next witness.
Thank you, Judge. Staff calls Michael Stallman to the stand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give at this hearing will be the truth?
I do.
Thank you. If you'd please spell your name for the court reporter.
Michael L. Stallman, S-T-A-H-L-M-A-N.
And Mr. Pringle, you may go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Stallman.
Good morning.
By who are you employed and in what capacity?
The Missouri Public Service Commission as a regulatory economist.
And did you sponsor a staff's report in this case, which has been previously marked as Exhibit 109?
Yes.
Did you submit rebuttal testimony in this case, which has been previously marked as Exhibit 107?
Yes.
At this time, do you have any corrections to make to the staff report or your rebuttal testimony?
To the staff report, yes. And this was based on the corrections of other witnesses. So on page 7, it's the third paragraph from the bottom where we're referring to staff witness Cedric Cunningham's recommendation. And the second to last line of that, I'll just read it aloud, that the commission should condition any approval on all relevant permits and Missouri-specific environmental studies being approved. And I hate to say I was not present for Claire Eubanks' testimony last night, so,
Those corrections were made to the staff report already. Yeah.
okay, thank you.
And do you have any further corrections or additions to the staff report or your rebuttal testimony?
Not that I'm aware of.
If I asked you the same questions within your rebuttal testimony today, would your answers remain the same or substantially the same?
Yes,
And are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
yes,
Thank you, Mr. Stallman. At this time, I offer Exhibits 107 and 109 into the record.
Would there be any objection to exhibits 107 or 109? Seeing none, I will admit those into the record.
Thank you, Judge. At this time, I tender Mr. Stallman for cross-examination.
And is there cross-examination for this witness? I see Greenbelt has cross-examination. All right, no one else, so we'll go straight to Greenbelt.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Stallman.
good morning.
Could you please turn to page 3 of your rebuttal testimony?
Okay,
At lines 12 through 13, there is a question about RTO interconnection studies that were at issue in EA 2016-0358. Do you see that question?
yes,
And in case number EA 2016-0358, the proposed configuration of the Grainbelt Express project included a 500 megawatt interconnection at the Maywood substation in Rawls County. Is that an accurate statement of the proposal at that time?
yeah, with the interconnection being 500, I think the converter station may have actually been designed to go up to 1,000 megawatts and some change for losses and things like that.
Okay. And that was also in Rawls County?
Yes,
At lines 14 through 15 on the same page, you state that Invenergy withdrew from those studies.
yes,
By those studies, are you referring to the studies for the 500 megawatt interconnection in Rawls County?
yes, that was at, in the initial study for that converter station, yes.
And the next sentence says the lack of studies and interconnection agreement. When you say lack of studies, are you referring to the studies to evaluate the cost of interconnecting at the Maywood substation in Rawls County?
At this point, it still is largely unclear. There's actually a series, I think, staff witness Sean Lange testified, I think there's 4 studies. There's a couple that are, I think were done, but there still remains to be, other studies are finished. And there's kind of an important distinction here too, since with the initial case, there was only one study for the entire converter station, but now we have 4 studies, and so there's going to be a question on which combination of studies might actually just get a transmission or interconnection agreement. And that's also been brought up by some of the transmission owners in the MISO FERC complaint that Grainbelt raised, that in the responses that there was concern on what is the actual final design going to be. Is it going to be the full 2,500 megawatts, or is it going to be some other level?
The question at lines 12 through 13 of your rebuttal testimony are referring to the RTO interconnection studies in EA 2016-0358, right? We covered that already.
Yes, but in the subsequent line here, line 15 through 16, I say that it still remains a large concern.
Okay. So the lack of studies, did you identify specific studies relevant to the currently proposed interconnections with AECI and MISO in Callaway County that are outstanding?
As I recall from discussion with staff witness Sean Lange, there were, I think, it was 2 or 3 studies that have come to completion of the various studies that are now being there. None of those have an interconnection agreement yet, and there is still 1 or 2 that have yet to be finalized.
1 or 2 studies for MISO or for AECI?
I think this is MISO specific.
Do you know if it's 1 or 2?
I think it's 1, but I'm not positive.
Did you review the surrebuttal testimony of Carlos Rodriguez?
Briefly, yes.
At page 8, lines 6 through 8 of that surrebuttal testimony, and I'm just going to give you a brief quote, but I can give you a copy if you'd like.
If I may have a copy.
Sure.
Yes, please.
That's fine. I was just And can you repeat the page and line so I can read
Yes.
the context, please?
Yes. So at page 8, sorry, it's gonna, I need to grab my copy.
Don't have your copy?
It's not a problem. I have an electronic copy. Okay, now I'm there as well. Beginning at line 3, there is a reference to staff witness Sean Lange's rebuttal testimony and the concern about interconnection studies not yet having been completed. There's an answer beginning on line 6 that states, based on the current status of the interconnection process in the different RTOs and AECI, most of the interconnection upgrade costs for phase 1 of the project, parens, Kansas to Missouri, close parens, are final at this time. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you have any specific reason to doubt or contest that conclusion by Mr. Rodriguez?
No, because it is qualified. It has current status of the process and most of the interconnection upgrade cost. As I mentioned earlier, a lot of this also goes to that there's multiple studies at this time. So instead of just having the option of one particular study, which we know what that is going to be, there's kind of a choice that Grainbelt could interconnect some of those levels, but not all of them.
Is your concern, you said that there's a concern that Grainbelt could connect some of those levels, not all of them. Are you referring to a choice by Grainbelt to, rather than go forward with a 1,500 megawatt interconnection at MISO, they could potentially do something less?
I do think that is an important factor. So when I'm looking at the economic feasibility, so when we had a discussion, so Ms. Shine provided a schedule in her SIR rebuttal that included like revenue values. All those revenue values were hard coded, and so I could not really reliably assess if that was how reasonable those assumptions are. There's based on her testimony, I can't remember if it was Monday or Tuesday, there was questions on what was behind that from us, and what was developed there was that it was the full 2,500 megawatt injection, and that, at least that's my understanding based on her testimony. So when you have these multiple interconnection agreements, any change to this full 2,500 injection, if it goes down, that is going to potentially reduce the revenues that Ms. Shine relied on in her phase one only study that she provided in that. And the converse, if for some reason it was to go up, it would also challenge the interconnection costs, because that hasn't been a part of their study. So there's a concern on what the final arrangement's going to be, and that I would add is strangely parallel to what we see with the concerns expressed by MISO and the MISO transmission owners in the FERC complaint case, which that number was EL-2023-0017.
I'll circle back to that last part, but just regarding your concern about a decrease in the MISO or the AECI interconnection, are you the staff witness that supports the recommendation to define material change as a change in the injection?
Yes, that was one of the conditions I recommended.
So with regard to that concern, does that, and I believe Mr. Rodriguez has testified that a change in injection from the currently proposed levels in MISO and AECI, that he considers that to be a material change. Does that mitigate staff's concern?
Can you repeat the
If there is a agreement that a change in injection in MISO or AECI is a material change that would trigger further approvals needed from the commission, does that mitigate your concern on that point?
I'm not sure that he actually, from what I recall in testimony, there was, and he was willing to say that an increase in injection or converter station size would mitigate further approval from the commission. I do not believe he ever assented to a potential decrease in the injections. And as I'm saying, that the decrease can affect one of the economic feasibility Tartan criteria because of the revenues assumed.
Okay, understood.
And just to clarify too, I'm not specifically tied to 100 as in my testimony. I was just trying to put that out as a starting point. If there was a reasonable value that Grain Belt and staff could agree on, I think we would be amenable to that discussion. But I'm not sure how much of that discussion would be possible at this point. So.
Okay, while we're on the subject of the definition of material change, did you hear Mr. Rodriguez's testimony I don't know what day of the week it is. They've all blurred together. But were you here for Mr. Rodriguez's live testimony?
I'm pretty sure, I was here for, I'm pretty sure most of it at least.
And this is actually also in his pre-filed testimony in his sur rebuttal. And since you have a copy, we can turn there to page 15.
And can you tell me the tab, because I closed the folder to access my own?
Sure, I think it's 4.
Okay. And which page, 15 you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
At line 14, and so we have, you would agree, right, that our discussion thus far has been about injection, whether it increase or decrease, but we're talking about injection, right?
I've
Previously.
been mentioning both injection and a change in, the change in injection. I haven't specifically talked about the withdrawal potential. Yes.
That's what I'm trying to just draw a distinction there because I'd like to move to withdrawal now.
Okay.
Carlos Rodriguez testifies with regard to withdrawal rights, since those are obtained via transmission service, as long as the withdrawal amount remains within the project's technical capability as reflected in its interconnection agreements with AECI and or MISO, it should not be a material change. And then I think Mr. Rodriguez expanded on that in live testimony, stating that there would be no change to the facilities required for withdrawal rights. Do you have any reason to contest that testimony?
No, it's more that when grain belt is referring to their line as bidirectional, it kind of goes to how precise we are understanding those terms. So I guess an analogy would be that if I was to purchase a car from some dealership and he could guarantee me that this car would be able to go, 120 miles an hour between St. Louis and Kansas City, that may be accurate, but there's also some gentlemen in Smoky Bear hats that would limit me on how much I could actually obtain that. And so here again, with MISO, there is, they are regulating how much it is. So what I was trying to point out is with the withdrawal rights that MISO has stated, and I think it was also in that FERC complaint on bidirectionality, that if you were to actually request withdrawal rights, you would need to do further studies, which would increase be a significant increase in the investment required by Grain Belt Express. I would not contest that. Outside of that, all those costs would be borne by whichever person would want to withdraw and inject into PJM or SPP. And also with SPP, there's currently a zero, Grain Belt's injection is at 0. There's assumed to be no interconnection essentially with SPP except for, I think, emergency cases. And so that person that wants to inject into SPP would also be responsible for shouldering those costs.
Have you investigated the studies required for withdrawal?
I think there was one in PJM, and that's about all that I'm aware of. And I didn't look closely at it.
Do you have any reason to expect system upgrade costs for withdrawal rights?
Based on the MISO, the complaint that Grain Belt initiated with MISO at FERC, MISO said there would be a significant increase in costs. So I have no reason to dispute what they said in that document.
In the FERC complaint case docket?
Yes.
But you didn't independently investigate whether that statement was accurate?
No, I've generally found MISO to be fairly reliable in their statements.
Based on what?
Experience, and MISO is pretty much in charge of the transmission. And
so is your testimony that because MISO said it, it is true?
I find MISO to be very reliable, yes, as a witness.
In all cases, in all circumstances?
I've heavily relied on MISO's work in other transmission cases. Essentially, a lot of the economic feasibility analysis relies specifically on what MISO determines and says about a project.
Has a MISO decision ever been overturned by FERC or by the courts?
There's lots of decisions MISO makes, so yes.
Okay.
And for the court reporter, if we haven't defined it yet, MISO is the Mid-Continent ISO, MISO.
Thank you, Mr. Stallman.
BRAC was base something enclosure. I can't remember what the R was. But yeah, it was BRAC. I think it was reorganization.
The gallery is saying realignment.
Oh, realignment. Okay.
Are you, Mr. Stallman, are you familiar with the MISO attachment GGG, which covers the transmission to transmission interconnections?
It loosely, yes, and I don't have a copy in front of me.
Okay.
Normally, when I testify something that specific, I have the copy, so I don't misstate anything.
Sure. And I'm not asking about the specific contents of MISO attachment GGG, but are you aware that Mr. Rodriguez has testified that those MISO attachment GGG studies are complete?
I can't say I recall right offhand.
Okay. Could you turn back to page 3 of Mr. Rodriguez's Sir rebuttal?
I am there.
At section 2, which begins at line 16, and then there's a question that begins at line 17. Do you see that Mr. Rodriguez is providing an update on MISO interconnection requests?
Yes.
And he states, MISO has completed all studies for the MHCP requests,
Yes.
and all those results are final.
Yes.
And then with regard to the injection requests, which are part of DPP 3, 2019 Central Cluster, and DPP is the definitive planning phase. Is that
Correct.
MISO has provided draft results for the system impact study as of January 2023. Do you see that?
Yes.
And MISO provided a final report on March 30th, 2023.
Yes.
And then Mr. Rodriguez goes on to testify, the only MISO study pending completion at this point is the facility study, which is expected to be completed in May of 2023. I believe it's now June of 2023.
Yes, I think that's consistent with prior testimony and
Okay. So is that the
Lange's
one,
testimony.
is that the one outstanding,
with my testimony and Sean Lange's testimony.
is that one facility study, is that the study you were referencing earlier?
I think so. Yes.
Okay. Um, do you have a copy of the report and order on remand from the 2016 case?
There's been one left here
This is great.
for convenience.
Could you? Oh, it may not have the attachment. Does that copy have the attachments? Which
Are you talking about exhibit, is it
205
205 and 206?
5 and 206, yes, sir.
I have copies of those myself, I think.
If you don't, I have them as well.
I do have completed copies.
And I'm looking specifically at Exhibit 1, which is also referred to as, it's Exhibit 1 to the report and order on remand. During that proceeding, it was identified as Staff Exhibit 206.
Okay. Yes, and if I may, the Exhibit 206 is conditions agreed to by Grainbelt Express Clean Line, LLC, and the staff of the Missouri Public Service Commission. And Exhibit 205 was Grainbelt Express response to Rockies Express Pipeline, LLC's first set of data requests to Grainbelt Express Clean Line, LLC.
Yes. And just for the judge, we previously took administrative notice of the report and order on remand. My understanding of that is that it would include all of the attachments to such order, including these attachments.
That is correct, excuse me. And just for identification purposes and to keep everything straight, I have marked that report and order on remand and its attachments. I went ahead and gave it Exhibit 306, which is an MLA number, but it's really, that's just for identification because it was proffered by both MLA and sort of Grainbelt at one point. So anyway, I have marked that report and order on remand as Exhibit 306 just for future reference.
Thank you, Judge. So we are on Exhibit 1 to the report and order on remand, AKA Staff Exhibit 206 in the 2016 proceeding. At the bottom of page 1 of that exhibit, there is a section 2 titled Interconnection Studies and Safety. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the first paragraph under that section states, Grainbelt will provide staff with completed RTO interconnection agreements and any associated studies. Should the studies raise new issues, Grainbelt will provide its plan to address those issues. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And that condition is still in full force and effect, even if the commission grants the amendments requested in this case?
That's my understanding.
And does that, to the extent staff has concerns, does that provision mitigate those?
Not exactly in this case. It does to some extent, but I think the big difference between what we examined in the prior case and the current case is I don't think we anticipated there being multiple studies for the same converter station in Missouri. So it was essentially at the time just one converter station with one study that was interconnecting with MISO only. Now you have still one converter station at a different location, but it's interconnecting at two different points. And so the concern is over what the final interconnection agreements are going to be, which ones are the actual how the converter station will actually operate.
So we already established that there's one study remaining in MISO, which is due to be completed this month, right?
Yes.
And if you still have Carlos Rodriguez's testimony with you,
Are we still on tab 4, the rebuttal?
yes. We're now on page 7.
I'm there.
And at line 17, Mr. Rodriguez provides an update on the AECI interconnection agreement. Do you see that?
Which line again?
Line 17,
Okay, that's just referring to the question. Yes.
yes. Line 18, the answer is the AECI interconnection agreement was executed in December 2021 and amended in November 2022. AECI continues to engineer and procure the interconnection facilities and network upgrades for the interconnection of the Grain Belt project. To this date, Grain Belt has posted a total of $22,721,000 in security to AECI and paid a total of $8,019,054 in cash to cover invoices from work completed. Do you see that?
Yes.
So, do you contest that the AEC interconnection agreement was executed and that the work is already underway?
No, what I'm concerned about is with the MISO interconnection agreements. If I may, in the MISO complaint cases before FERC, the Grain Belt said that they could not sign an interconnection agreement, that it would be, let me see if I can read it directly. Oh, at least, I think what I got.
Are you referring to a document that is in the record so I could follow along?
I'm not sure if this is directly in the record. This is referring to the complaint case that Grain Belt Express has put before MISO. I don't think that's...
We're talking about, just to be clear, we're talking about the AEC interconnection agreement. My question was about whether you can test whether Grain Belt has executed an AEC interconnection agreement with AECI and whether they have already posted security and paid over $8 million in cash for work completed. That was my question.
Yeah, that's with AECI.
Yes, sir.
The concerns are also with MISO, though.
I'm on AECI right now. Do you have any concerns with that the interconnection with AECI is uncertain?
And this is just, I can't recall what the interconnection agreement looks like right offhand, but I think I have no, if they say they have it signed, I have no problem with that.
Okay,
testimony.
and we did establish that there's one outstanding study due this month for MISO. There is a provision that Grain Belt will provide staff with completed RTO interconnection agreements and associated studies, and should those studies raise new issues, Grain Belt will provide its plan to address those issues. I'm trying to understand what's not covered.
So it is going to, what is the final interconnection agreements that Grain Belt Express will sign? In the MISO complaint case, they stated that signing interconnection agreements or to execute a TCA transmission agreement, it would be a commercially untenable decision because they would assume significant
I don't know what you're
liabilities.
reading, sir. Do you have, what are you referencing?
I'm referring to, in this case, I actually got it from the response, our motion to leave to file supplemental answer of the Mid-Continent Independent System Operator and document our case number EL-2023-0017.
I would move to strike the witness's last statement as unsupported hearsay with no foundation.
And for clarification purposes, Judge, Mr. Stallman, are you referring to the document that Mr. Agathan attempted to enter into evidence on the first day of this hearing?
It would be one of the, so there are several documents, I can't remember which one in that case he was specifically referring to, but this could be the same one.
And I believe at least 4 or 5 parties objected to that on various grounds, and I'm sure they will all object on the same grounds to Mr. Stallman's attempt to enter that into the evidence.
And was that the document Exhibit 300 that is still pending?
No, it's in the same
Or
docket,
is-
Judge.
Um,
It's all
yes.
part of the same case, yes.
Are there any other comments or responses to the motion to strike?
Yes, Your Honor, MEC joins in the motion to strike and reiterates its earlier objections. Reading an unsworn document, parts of an unsworn document from an entity who is not a party to this case, but is a party to a separate case, a case which does not include all of these parties, cannot come in for due process reasons, and also is obviously not even a party admission by Grainbelt, because this is not a Grainbelt statement in another case. It's a statement by MISO, who is not a party here at all. And so I would raise the same due process concerns and ask that neither the document be entered as an exhibit, nor any quotes read from it. Thank you.
Judge,
Mr. Pring- I'm sorry.
Associated Industries would also
Associated.
join in that, and the fact that we don't have a copy of the document in front of us, I can't even tell you if it's a complete document, complete and total document. Excerpts from documents shouldn't be allowed because it denies the right of cross-examination, so we'd join in the objections already stated, and for that reason also.
And if I may respond, Judge.
Yes, Mr. Pringle?
Yeah, I do believe it's not necessary to go into the exact details or quote from the filing, but seeing as how this is an active docket involving the interconnection with an RTO that is also the heart of this hearing, I believe depriving the commission of the knowledge about that docket would also prevent them from having all the information they need to make this decision before them today.
Mr. Schulte, you had something else? Oh, you look like you...
So in response to Mr. Pringle, obviously the rules of evidence are here for a reason, that not any information is information that the commission should receive into evidence. The problem with this particular information is that it's coming from a party who's not a part of this proceeding, who is not subject to cross-examination. It's also a filing that was made 2 weeks ago that the parties have not even had a chance to respond to as part of the FERC proceeding. So it is an unchallenged, unverified statement by a party who's not part of this proceeding. And if the information was received as part of evidence in this case, it would be highly prejudicial to the other parties. And so just simply because it's information does not make it evidence that's admissible.
Okay. I'm going to sustain the motion to strike and the objections, and strike the witness's testimony with regard to what he read from the answer, which has been marked previously as Exhibit 300. And just to clarify, I am going to also sustain the objections to Exhibit 300 and deny its admission. Did you have additional questions, Mr. Schulte?
I do. I am going to move on to a different subject, though.
And Judge, just for clarification, the strike is just that most recent response is what we're talking about here?
Yes.
All right.
Okay. Moving on to a different subject, could you turn to page 1 of your rebuttal testimony?
Page 1 of rebuttal.
And here, beginning at line 20, there's a question regarding staff's position on phasing of the project. Do you see that?
Correct.
And you state that that staff is opposed to this proposal, and that you go on to testify the commission previously found that the economic feasibility of the project is dependent on the project's ability to sell to PJM, as the revenues from the Missouri converter station, based on the Mudgmuck contract, were insufficient to cover the project's costs. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And so, by commission previously found, you're referring to the report and order on remand from the 2016 case?
Yes.
And that's cited in your footnote 1 on page 2?
Correct.
And the date of that report and order was March 20th, 2019, correct?
Correct.
And moving on page 2, you quote the report and order on remand with regard to the power prices in PJM relative to the power prices in MISO. Do you see that?
Can you direct me which line are we at?
Yes, line 8 on page 2 of your rebuttal testimony.
Yes.
And that's the $10 per megawatt, that the prices in PJM are generally $10 per megawatt higher than prices paid for energy in MISO.
That's what it states, yes.
Okay. And that was a finding made in March 20th, 2019, correct?
Correct.
And the next sentence, beginning on line 12, you reference Grainbelt Express witness David A. Berry.
Correct.
And that footnote 2 at the bottom of page 2, that refers to a transcript in case number EA-2023-0017, correct?
Yes.
And the date of that transcript is March 22nd, 2017. Is that correct?
Correct.
So aside from a order issued in March of 2019 and testimony in March of 2017, have you done any other than reviewing those documents, have you done any analysis specifically with regard to the demand for Grainbelt Express products and energy in MISO at the current time?
I don't know that you understand staff's role in this, that staff is an expert. We have expert reviewers and auditors to analyze the evidence that Grainbelt Express gives to us. So what we looked at was everything Grainbelt Express provided in this case and try to formulate our opinion. So we looked at the MOUs and any other agreements that were provided and whatever else we could get through data requests.
Right, and the information about the MOUs and the MISO, the current demand in MISO was addressed in the direct testimony of Shashank Sani, and as well the prices, the price benefits in MISO were addressed in the direct testimony of Mark Repsher. Is that correct?
I don't recall prices in the Mark Repsher's. I could be misremembering it. I don't recall anything addressing the $10 megawatt differential in specific.
Right, but okay. I'm trying to understand the totality of the basis for staff's opposition to phasing. So the question on page 1, line 20 states, Invenergy proposes to construct the project in 2 phases instead of 1 phase. Does staff support this proposal? Answer, no. The rest of that answer is what we've just been going through, refers to a 2019 order and 2017 testimony from Mr. Berry.
I think I understand.
Then at the bottom of that answer, you state, staff witness Claire M. Eubanks, P.E., also discusses the modifications to certain conditions that GBE proposes to enable phasing. Do you see those lines?
Yes.
And did I read those correctly?
Yes.
And we spoke to Ms. Eubanks yesterday regarding her position, and she said her position on her input to staff's position on phasing was limited, and we addressed the status of the certification in Illinois. Do you recall? Were you here yesterday?
Yeah, I was not here for her testimony, but I know that was part of her testimony.
Okay, so I'm following up on that to make sure that we understand the totality of staff's position on phasing.
So
There doesn't seem to be anything else in your rebuttal testimony with regard to phasing other than reference to a 2019 order and 2017 evidence, and I'm just wondering if you examined anything else regarding present conditions.
well, yes, because when Grainbelt filed its testimony, it did not provide any justification for the phasing aspects of it. It was just kind of, it wanted it. And we were specifically looking for economic feasibility analysis, and there wasn't really any of that analysis provided until we got Ms. Shine's work paper in surrebuttal. And so now that we've had that, and what we've heard from all the Grainbelt witnesses through this is that the optimal solution is for both phases to be constructed. That's the economically optimal. So we're trying, that is in line with us saying that the optimal solution is for this to all be constructed at once. And so, with the lack of the feasibility analysis in direct testimony, what I had to do was to go back and see what the commission had found in its prior order. And so my rebuttal testimony could only see how the proposed amendments affected what the commission had previously found.
Is it staff's position that Mr. Sane's testimony regarding demand in the MISO markets for renewable energy as demonstrated by corporate and industrial decarbonization goals of utilities in MISO, the discussion of memorandums of understanding, letters of intent, and ongoing commercial discussions, is it staff's position that that is not relevant to economic feasibility?
This is going to how reasonable is the assumptions of the future revenue streams assumed in Ms. Shine's testimony are.
Right, but you said that there was that Grainbelt Express did not provide any evidence with regard to feasibility analysis in its initial filing.
Right,
Is
there's no future revenue streams projected out from in any of Grainbelt's direct testimony. We did not get that until surrebuttal.
Is it staff's position that projected revenue streams is the only evidence for economic feasibility?
Well, economic feasibility factors the two things. It's essentially you're looking at a benefit cost test. You've got the investment that Grainbelt is going to make, and that needs to be compared to the future revenue streams that is projected out. Without that, you don't have an economic feasibility analysis. And I should add that Ms. Shine's testimony analysis is only for phase one. We still don't have the phase two aspects.
Did you review the direct testimony of Mark Repsher and the PA consulting study?
Yes.
And do you have any reason, do you have any specific criticisms of the results there regarding the 17.6 billion in energy and capacity savings?
Yes, because that is not revenue streams to the Invenergy, to compare to the investment. That is like a societal cost analysis. That is much different than what an economic feasibility analysis would look at.
In the 2016 case, where the commission granted a CCN for the Grain Belt Express line as previously proposed, were there any signed contracts beyond the Mudgmuck contract?
No.
Was there any guaranteed
Well,
revenue
correction,
streams?
let me correct myself. There was actually at the time a
Real
real
G.
G.
Real. Okay.
Outside of that, I'm not familiar with anything.
Was there, and yet the commission found that the project met the Tartan factors and was
Yeah, that was,
necessary or convenient for the public interest?
and that's where I had to find myself when I was analyzing this. It was based on the projected sales to PJM in this case, or in that case. So,
Right, okay, so now we're back to current. Do you have any basis for, is it staff's position that there is still a $10 per megawatt difference between PJM prices and MISO prices?
I don't know of any analysis performed by Grain Belt that challenged it, and we were just looking at the evidence presented before us. Since the commission had previously determined that, we didn't challenge it.
And would you agree that a price differential between PJM and MISO is relevant to economic feasibility only if the prices in MISO are not by themselves sufficient? I mean, if the prices are like for phase one, if the prices are sufficient in MISO, then phase one is feasible regardless of what the prices are in PJM, correct?
I think, I mean, if we had evidence for us to look at, we would consider that, but I don't know that that's been brought up here.
The prices that customers are willing to pay in MISO has not been brought up in this proceeding?
Right. There's a question on with Ms. Shine's testimony on the revenue stream. That's a hard-coded number. There is no reasonable way I can verify what was actually behind those numbers. And in fact, based off the one contract with Mudgmuck, I was able to kind of compare prices a little bit between on a per megawatt basis, and the prices that I think that Ms. Shine would have had used to conduct her analysis are a lot higher, like over 10 times higher.
I think you referenced that an optimal solution is, I don't want to put words in your mouth. What did you say regarding the parties' positions on what an optimal solution is with regard to?
This was going back to live testimony here on Monday and Tuesday. Mr. My staff counsel, he asked all the parties or a lot of the witnesses of Grain Belt, was the construction of both 1 and 2 the optimal solution, and they all said that yes, that building both phases is the optimal solution, economically optimal, and that's consistent with what staff has been recommending, is that both are constructed at the same time.
That question did not ask whether the optimal solution was to build both simultaneously. It was whether the optimal solution was to build both phases eventually.
But when we're looking at the benefits of the project and all that, that was assuming that the optimal is, that they were both built. That was to be the basis of the question.
Eventually. I mean, there wasn't a timing component to that question.
I'm not aware of timing, but
Do you still have a copy of the report and order in the previous case?
yes.
Could you turn to page 43?
I am on page 43.
Do you see a section heading towards the bottom of the page titled Economic Feasibility of the Project?
Yes?
And the commission's finding there is Grain-Belt's project is economically feasible because it links customers in Missouri who desire to purchase low-cost wind power from western Kansas with wind generation companies like Iron Star who propose to supply that energy, all under a business model under which Grain-Belt assumes the financial risk of building and operating the transmission line. Do you see that?
Yes?
That is still the main objective of the Grain-Belt project, correct? Is to link customers in Missouri to, at least for phase one, to low-cost renewable energy in western Kansas?
That is what they have stated, yes?
Are you aware of anywhere in the commission's report and order on remand from the 2016 case where they mention guaranteed revenue streams or revenue streams of any manner?
I'm not familiar with those terms being in the report and order, but I have not specifically reviewed the report and order for specific terms like that.
Okay. On a different subject, could you please turn to page 6 of your rebuttal testimony?
Page 6 of rebuttal, you said?
Yes, please. Beginning at line 10, you testify that Invenergy's estimation of a 74% capacity factor also unreasonably assumed normalized wind and solar generation curves, where the peak solar was equal to the peak wind capacity for a single day, and assumes that generation would operate on this normalized basis every day. Do you see that
Yes.
testimony? And did I read that correctly?
Yes.
What do you mean by peak solar and peak wind capacity for a single day?
This was the interesting thing on how they came about a 74% capacity factor. In a response to a data request, I think it was number 31, they built twice the capacity of wind generation, and then they artificially cut off the peaks of that total generation. Then they averaged the curves and assumed that every day would be this normal 24 hours. So the wind was always blowing in the morning, and every day was a clear sunny day, so
What-
the
sorry.
solar operated at capacity. And that just seems totally unrealistic. And also, when they averaged all this generation, rather than having the total capacity worked out and figuring
I'm
out
sorry,
capacity.
I'm sorry. We've gotten into, I don't have a DR in front of me that you're referring to. I'm lost, and I'm sure other people are lost. My question was simply about your testimony. What does, you said peak solar and peak wind capacity for a single day, and that it would operate on that normalized basis every day. So I just want to understand, is your understanding that there was, like, the best day of the year was then reproduced for every day in order to get that?
They averaged that all into one day. So they took a year's worth of information, averaged it into one single day to come up with the curves. And with that averaging, because some of those periods had more generation than what the capacity of the line was capable of, they just, your witness cut off the peaks. And that raises questions on, like, what happens to production tax credits or investment tax credits to the wind generation? Where does all this extra energy go? I mean, it raised a lot of questions that are not answered in order to assume this capacity factor. I mean, this was also a work paper provided by your witness in rebuttal as well, I think. Not
you-
only an answer to the data request.
Okay. Could you turn to, I think it'll be easier to follow along if we refer to specific documents. Could you please turn to page 20, or do you have a copy of Mr. Sane's rebuttal testimony? I can provide one.
I don't know, is it part of the tabs that you have here?
No.
Did you say Sane's rebuttal? Is that what you said?
Yes. Okay.
Approaching the witness with a copy of Mr. Sani's rebuttal.
Go right ahead. Mr. Schulte, I'm looking at the clock and thinking this might be a good opportunity to take a short break. Are you,
Yeah, we're moving into, I mean, we're going to talk about this exhibit for a little while, so this
Okay.
probably is a good time.
let's go ahead and do that then. It's almost 10 o'clock. Let's take a 15-minute break and return at 10:15. Okay, we can go ahead and go back on the record. All right, we've had a little break and we will continue with Mr. Schulte's questions of Mr. Stallman.
Thank you, Judge. I think that was a timely break because I think we've been able to eliminate some questions and hopefully we can get to the end of this cross-examination. Before the break, Mr. Stallman, I asked you to reference Mr. Sane's rebuttal testimony. Do you still have a copy of that?
Yes.
Could you please turn to page 20?
I am there.
And beginning at line 5, Mr. Sane testifies, with regard to capacity factor, 74% represents a realistic expectation of average energy production for resources expected to be interconnected to Grain Belt Express based on actual observed data over a year. Do you see that?
Yes.
And Grain Belt Express projected actual wind and solar energy production for each hour of the year based on measured wind speed from the Met Mast in southwest Kansas and solar irradiance data from Solar Anywhere for a site in southwestern Kansas for the capacity factor calculations. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then he states that that was provided to PA Consulting for their analysis, and it was provided in response to staff data requests 33 and 34, also attached as confidential schedule SS-4. Do you see all of that?
Yes. I thought it was DR 31, so I'm sorry for that error in numbering.
Okay, but that is the that was the reference that you were making before.
I think so. I'm quite positive it was SS Schedule 4, or however we announce.
Okay. So, I'm trying to reconcile what you mean in your rebuttal testimony at page 6 with regard to Invenergy's estimation relying on peak solar and peak wind capacity for a single day, with Mr. Sane's testimony that it was based on actual hourly data.
So, let me refer back to his testimony here. It was production of each hour of the year based on the measured wind speed. He put all of the hours into one assumed day when he came up with the with that capacity factor. And the addition with the capacity, that's not.
But on all of, I just got to break it down so we make sure we understand it. He put all of the hourly data into a single day. I don't. Did he average the days or what?
It was a sort of average because he also truncated the data on the high end, and so if the generation of all, or if all the generation was higher than the capacity of the Grain Belt line, they cut that peak off without explanation. And
Well, I think so. If you would agree that wind generation and solar generation generates at different times of the day, or generally speaking, it's possible to generate wind during the nighttime hours, and it's not possible to generate solar energy during the nighttime hours, correct?
yes,
So wind and solar produce energy at different times.
right. And this also goes to it produces at different levels depending on the season. So summer you get more solar generation in a typical day than what you would normally get in winter, and wind also changes with seasonal. That's why we have seasonal accreditation with MISO and SPP. But with this, all of the analysis that Grain Belt provided went into one single day and analyzed it from that aspect. Like, it was all averaged to one day. There was no seasonality considered. There was no questions about if wind happened to blow on an incredibly sunny day at the peak times. There was no questions on what if the wind was not blowing during the morning hours, because sometimes you get a really cold, high-pressure system come in. You get a sunny or a cloudy day in the winter that is very cold, and there's no wind blowing during this high-pressure system.
Capacity factor is an average, right, of it, the capacity factor itself represents how much energy you can expect a certain generator or collection of generators to produce relative to its capacity, correct?
Well, yeah, and that definition is correct. And that goes also to the math used behind this, because when in the calculations they increased generation, but they did not change the denominator of that calculation for capacity factor. So they built more generation in order to raise the amount of expected energy produced, but with that more generation, they did not increase the denominator for the divisor. And instead of getting, we did this exercise.
Because the Grain Belt project is 5,000 megawatts, right?
That is what is the Grain Belt is
That's the
proposing
proposal,
to
right.
do at this time.
And the assumed interconnected generation is, and this is in Mr. Repsher's testimony, and I can give you a copy if you need it, but I'm just going to make one reference, so perhaps you can just confirm whether that's your recollection. The assumed interconnection of for the purposes of this calculation of capacity factor, Grain Belt and PA Consulting assumed approximately 6,000 megawatts of wind and 3,200 megawatts of solar. Does that sound right?
It adds up to about 9,000, about twice the level. Yeah, I think that sounds about right.
9,000, yeah, 9,200 or 9,300, somewhere between there. I can hand you a copy of the PA report if it's easier.
I mean, if you want to, I accept that those values were accurate.
Okay, I think we can move on. So that amount of generation feeding a 5,000 megawatt line means that occasionally when the wind is both blowing and the sun is shining at the same time, it's possible that those generators will be producing above 5,000 megawatts, correct?
Yes.
And so in that scenario, you would have to clip the amount of total generation in order to only provide 5,000 megawatts through the Grain Belt Express transmission line, right?
Yes.
And so is that it? So it's not arbitrary to clip the peaks if the peak is above 5,000, because that's how the project will work.
But that raises a lot of questions. So are these wind generators going to want to forego the production tax credits during that time period and the investment tax credit potential? Who's going to control who's that? Because this is kind of where I was getting at with this is just a transmission line. The generation of what is going to be on that is not part of this case. So there's a lot of assumptions being made in order to conclude with these factors. And irregardless of that, since I'm looking at economic feasibility, as I stated earlier, this is more of a societal test that Mr. Repsher provided. This wasn't looking at the actual investment or the revenue streams of going to Invenergy.
Okay, I think we're getting far afield of my question. It was just that the clipping of the peaks was related to the capacity of the transmission line. You agreed with that?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the concept of transmission congestion generally?
Generally, yes.
And in the case of transmission congestion, that means that there is more generation being produced than can be delivered through a certain segment of the transmission grid?
I would say that's broadly correct, yes.
And in those situations, generation that would otherwise be able to produce is not producing. And that,
Well-
and that happens anytime there's congestion on the grid, correct?
I was starting to think again, because it can also be that there's too much demand side. The congestion can look at two different aspects on. So if there's too much demand for a line, congestion can also be caused because of constraints of the line itself, such as there's weather, temperature factors to be considered. So I mean, there's a lot of things that go into congestion.
But generation curtailment's not a concept that would be unique to the Grain Belt project.
No.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Stallman.
Thank you. Are there commission questions for Mr. Stallman, Mr. Chairman?
Morning.
Good morning. Just over here so I can see you.
Yeah. I have a whole page of questions. I might bounce around. So, but most of my questions are going to be in reference to your rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
So, following up on the most recent conversation you had with the company's attorneys, the capacity factor of 74% you disagree with, I think was pretty clear.
Yes.
In your professional opinion, what should the capacity factor factored into this be?
It's hard to tell because there isn't a proposed generation project that I can point to right now that they have a contract with to say that this is what that project is proposing. At least not that I'm aware of. And
So you took issue with the taking of all the data from the solar farm and the wind farm and truncating it into one day.
I think that just it leads to a lot more questions on, you know, like, where is it going to go? Is somebody that's producing the wind generator going to want to take, you know, I guess on themselves to go ahead and cut off how much they're producing in order and still want to sell into across this line?
I understand. How would you have presented that information?
Honestly, for the purposes of this case, I wouldn't, because this is a transmission line, and what this was going into a societal cost type of study. I would be for my economic feasibility analysis, I wouldn't be worried about the generation. I would just assume that there's going to be generation that is going to be constructed, and they're going to want to sell power over my line, and then develop what the revenues associated with that are. And I'd say this is my feasibility analysis.
you had discussions with the company's counsel, and you discussed it in your testimony. In your professional opinion, why would MISO not sign an interconnection agreement with Greenbelt?
I don't know that it's MISO not signing with Grainbelt. The question is more, which study or studies would Grainbelt want to sign with MISO? And that kind of goes more to the demand needed on the MISO side versus the PJM. Can they fetch a better price by pushing more power to PJM?
So you're not concerned that MISO will not sign an interconnection agreement. It's more, what will the revenues look like when they sign?
Yeah, when there's a certain amount built, then we can define this is the project. So the way we've gone through this testimony is we've taken Grainbelt at their word that this is what is going to be constructed at this 2,500 megawatt converter station. And in order to, a lot of the studies assume that both phases are built. The national security assumptions was built on 2 phases, not 1. And so it's more that if phase 1 was there only, not building phase 2 goes against that public interest aspects.
Okay. So I understand staff's position that we should deny their request to build in phases, for what you have articulated.
Okay.
Does staff believe that if the project went forward as 1 phase, not 2, is there a detriment to Missouri ratepayers?
That can become unclear. There is questions on if the project is not feasible on the 1 phase only. Currently, there's projected
When you say
upgrades.
when you say 1 phase only, my question is if the line is built without phases, is both phases, not truncating it into phase 1 and phase 2. If the line is built as 1 phase only, running from Kansas to PJM, is staff's opinion, is there a detriment to Missouri ratepayers?
It would operate more economically optimally based on what we had from the prior commission order. And so the risk would be substantially less if it's operated at once. So it's hard to say there's no risk because it's like you can't even put a Band-Aid on a wound without some assumption of risk.
So in your answer, you said there is less risk compared to the 2019 order. Is that how you're clarifying that?
Yeah. So staff has been in kind of a strange position with this whole case. As you may remember, we were not in favor of approval of the initial line because we had questions about the economic feasibility back then. And so, but the commission ruled against staff, and so now we don't want to speak against the commission's orders and findings, and so we have to kind of assume that because this is already constructed, and so when they come in with their amendment, we're comparing that to how that affects that order and projections on that and what evidence they provided to support their amendment.
Okay. In your testimony, you referenced the 2019 order a report and order, and you quoted the $10 price differential from PJM to MISO. I understand that it is not staff's role to go and analyze these things, and instead you are looking at the information provided by the company and poking holes and trying to come up with an opinion. But when I read the statement from the 2019 order, it says, quote, since power prices for PJM are generally $10 a megawatt higher. We're speaking in generalizations.
Correct.
I believe you stated that you have had significant experience dealing with MISO on transmission agreements, and you were able to take them at their word for some of the conversations you were having with their attorney. So I'm going to ask you, in your professional opinion, with your experience dealing with interconnection issues with MISO, generally, are the prices in PJM higher or lower than prices paid for energy sold into the MISO market in Missouri currently?
I'm not specifically where and on it. I have no reason to believe that they are any different at this time. So I haven't gone through and calculated the average LMPs of where their proposed injection sites are at
So
this time.
Generally speaking, you believe that the power prices in PJM are roughly similar to the power prices in the MISO market?
I can't say one way or the other at this time.
On page 6 of your rebuttal testimony, specifically line 18, the question was, will lower energy and capacity prices mean that ratepayers' rates will go down? And your answer was not necessarily, and then you go into an explanation. Explain your answer to me. I've read it, but just talk to me. I've said this many times. I learn by conversation. That's my learning style is conversational. So just talk to me about why is lower energy and capacity prices not necessarily mean that ratepayer rates will go down?
A lot of this goes to whether a utility be a net purchaser or a net seller. If you are selling energy into the markets, you want to have the highest price possible, correct?
Yeah.
And when you're making those off-system sales, if that gives you a higher margin, and that goes back and reflects itself in the rates that ratepayers are paying. If, on the other hand, they are net purchasers, you want to have the lowest price possible that for the goods and services that you're purchasing. And the lower that price, then that would go into the ratepayers' rates. So a lot of that goes into whether the company, the specific utility that'll be mentioned, is a net purchaser or a net seller.
Generally, do lower energy and capacity prices mean that ratepayer rates will go down?
I would say generally, if the utility is a net seller, they go up with lower capacity and energy prices. If the utility is a net seller, then the rates would go down with lower energy and capacity prices.
but then again, we're talking about generators.
I mean, that's for the utility on a whole, yes.
You talk about the impact of generation that fluctuates hour to hour. And then you use a comparable example of a fuel-efficient vehicle at highway speeds compared to the same vehicle in stop-and-go traffic.
Yes.
Using that example, how does if the price of gas at the gas station on the corner goes down, how does that not impact the car owner regardless of the fuel efficiency of their vehicle?
So that would be assuming your net purchaser of the gasoline at the corner. So if it's going down at the corner, then and you're purchasing it, then yes, the rates are going down for you. A large part of this is, and it's hard to kind of work this in on this analysis, because if it's more with how much gas is being put in, I guess, and trying to get with this example, so it's not going to work quite right. And I think even Sierra Club has testified to this in other dockets, that when you are with the more renewables, you're seeing a lot more of the shutting down of the older models of coal and natural gas, and that's putting more wear and tear. So when I was in the Navy as a reactor operator on our boats, generally the reactor did not break when you're up and running or when you're shut down. Is when you're transitioning, that would put the wear and tear on all your equipment. So sometimes you would start a startup on the reactor, and then something would break, and so you'd have to shut back down. And I think we even see this, it depends on how much you follow with the Callaway plant, because they're in fairly periodical cycles. And when they stop to refuel, it's generally sometimes that's when the equipment breaks, either when they go to shut down or when they start back up.
Continuing on in your testimony on page 7, you were asked about Mr. Repsher's testimony, and you stated that he incorrectly applies the economic feasibility by counting benefits to non-Invenergy parties as their own. Who are those benefits going to?
I think that was directed to, his study was looking at the benefits to Missouri. And so that would have factored into SPP customers, the AECI customers, and the MISO customers, and whatever other ones there may be out there.
But you're saying that he included estimated benefits that do not offset the project costs. So those benefits, whether they went to AECI or SPP, those do not offset the project cost?
No, with economic feasibility, we're looking at the revenue streams that go to Invenergy in specific. And when he's calculating those benefits, he is including all the societal benefits that go to other people in Missouri, not to Invenergy in specific. And so I thought his analysis would be better as a societal or in that public interest aspect rather than the economic feasibility analysis.
Continuing on in your sir rebuttal, I think I'm on page 8 now. I think it was under the question, why does staff recommend the commission not rely on the study provided by Dr. Loomis? From the way I read this, were you talking about if this line was built, it would keep generation from being built in Missouri because there would not be the need for that generation, and therefore there's a negative economic impact by generation not being built in Missouri?
So a lot of this goes into almost economic philosophy. Let me just first start off in saying, again, the Loomis study was looking at benefits to non-Invenergy participants. So it's not looking at the revenue streams flowing to Invenergy for that feasibility analysis. If I was to consider it, it would be more in that public interest aspect. And this gets into a broad economic philosophical discussion. I think you heard two different philosophies between Dr. Loomis and the ag associations, and it's just like with this endless train of thought, where's the caboose, is kind of where I was getting at in this. So you have, on one aspect, the Loomis study presumes kind of a Keynesian approach to economics. And what I mean by that is a lot of times you'll see the equation gross domestic product equal to consumption plus investment plus government expenditures and net exports. A Keynesian analysis tends to say, well, if we increase one of those factors, then it will increase the gross domestic product. So if we increase spending of the government, you'll also see the GDP also go up. The contrast of that would be more of an Austrian tradition look, and broadly speaking, there's a bunch of different schools of economic thought out there, and that's saying, well, you can't just increase that. That is a way to account for the economy. It's not a growth model. A growth model would look more at labor, capital, technology factors, and so it's two different approaches. And rather than getting involved in the philosophical debate, it was easier just to say, don't rely on it.
Okay. So,
Keynesian. It looks like Keynes, but for John Maynard Keynes, but it rhymes with rains.
so in your testimony, you say if the commission decides to consider this information, it should consider the impact of potentially offsetting employment in Missouri due to generation in Missouri not being constructed, and the profits of this project will flow to a non-Missouri-based corporation.
If I may anticipate your question, I think that is going into the gross versus net aspects of it. So Loomis's study was a gross analysis. It wasn't considering all the negative aspects which were hammered on repeatedly yesterday.
So getting to staff's position, is it staff's position that if this line is constructed, it is offsetting generation that would have been built in the state?
I think that is a definite possibility that could have happened. I think even Dr. Loomis stated that could happen.
And who would bear the brunt of the construction and of new generation in Missouri?
That would depend on the utility, but if there was new construction in Missouri, so I guess there's two different aspects we can look at it, that it would help the area where that is being constructed for jobs there, but that would be the cost of whatever company came through. if that was a merchant generation, that the generator would be subject to the that.
Do we have merchant generation in Missouri?
I thought we did. I could be wrong. I thought like at one point Audrain, and I think there's a few others out there. But actually, I would refer to either Ms. Eubanks or Mr. Lange's expertise on that.
But that would be in a non-regulated.
Correct.
Okay. I'm trying to read my own handwriting. Looking at footnote number 8 on, I think it's on page 8.
I'm there.
I had a question about that, and I can't read my own handwriting. I think I was getting to, I got a sense from staff's testimony that there was concern that there was not an interconnection agreement signed with MISO. But when I read this footnote, it almost seems as if, yeah, just when you get it done, provide us with that, and when we're cool. Is that a?
Yeah, and we would want to analyze it just to make sure that there wasn't any complications to it. I think that the bigger issue has been over what if the interconnection agreements that are ultimately signed do not reflect what is being proposed here today as the current project?
Does that get back to a material change issue that staff has concern with?
That's where if we defined a material change, they've testified that they are going to build a converter station of this amount.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to inject this other amounts in these other places. And all we were wanting to do, it doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to have to do additional hearings. We would want to look, they would file the application. We would look at it. If it was something simple, it would just be even potentially a staff recommendation or something.
So we would not have another hearing, or the company would not need to get approval if staff did not have an objection.
Yeah, it would be hard to say that definitively, but
But generally.
there would be less if it was something relatively minor that issues arose. I don't know that staff would have potentially large issues with it.
If
I mean,
any
it's hard-
party objected, would we need to have a hearing?
I would have to ask my attorney to be honest on how that process would work.
I would assume if there was an objection and a complaint is filed, that could result in a hearing, Chairman Roop.
Thank you. In testimony, it has been brought up that there is not a bidirectional interconnection agreement with MISO.
Yes.
If the company signs a bidirectional interconnection agreement with MISO, does staff believe that is a material change?
It could be. It'd be something that we would want to look at. And I think the concern about the injecting from MISO to other locations, it kind of goes more towards when they're talking about the societal benefits of the line in total. So when they're talking about the ability to go into SPP, they can't just do that without the permissions of MISO and SPP. So they're talking about reliability benefits that aren't there under the current proposal.
But-
They could be if they got further permissions.
But I got a sense you are not concerned about the societal benefits, more the revenue benefits directly derived to Invenergy.
So with my economic feasibility analysis, yes. And then the other aspects I'm concerned about was how consistent is Grainbelt's testimony on the total when they're saying, oh, we're going to have these benefits to if tropical storm, or not tropical storm, winter storm, Uri happens again, that they almost assume that they can inject directly into SPP from MISO or PJM, and based on the current interconnection agreements, I do not believe that can occur. Now, and they have agreed to a black start condition that Ms. Eubanks proposed. I think
In your testimony, you mentioned the concern about stranded equipment. Is staff concerned about this if both phases are built?
I think that's still a concern, but that is mitigated by the agreements that we have in, I'm just going to call it Exhibit 206. I can't remember what we actually labeled it.
So the decommissioning fund that we discussed,
Yes,
That
that mitigated the
mitigates-
concern
okay,
in that.
thank you. Does staff have a concern that Invenergy will seek FERC authority and Escape Missouri Commission authority at any point during this line?
That is a definite potential. So that, I think that concern is there. I don't know that there's much we could do about it.
Do you believe that there will be sufficient revenues flowing to Evergy for this project?
I'm sorry, you said Evergy, or did
Evergy,
you?
I'm sorry, and Evergy, and
They all
the
sound
company.
alike.
Yeah.
I just don't have the evidence I can't say on the stand that yes, there is. We tried to analyze looking at what the information was provided to us, and we just cannot verify that that is actually going to be the case.
Judge, I believe that completes all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other commission questions?
Judge, just Commissioner Holzman.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
I don't know if this witness can answer this question, but I'm going to ask anyways. And thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Do you believe that if these amendments were to be rejected, that the company has the existing authority to continue with the original HVDC line, in spite of what the outcome of this case is?
So there's a little bit of a legal question there. My understanding from counsel in prior discussion was that there is still the existing certificate for the 500 and the 3500 on PGM.
Okay, so if the answer is yes, they have the authority to proceed with the original line, do you believe that the amendments offered in this case are an improvement or an enhancement to the benefit, the overall benefit to the Missouri resident, or the Missouri ratepayer, I should say?
It's hard to say. And to some extent, the Missouri ratepayer isn't totally a function of this. We kind of not opposed the increased capacity of the converter station, in part because of public interest that the more Missouri got off the line, that might be better. And the relocation is at a much better location, because we had a lot of concerns in the prior case about injecting at that point with power constraints on the Audrain power station. And when we're talking about the ratepayer, it really questions on where this power will flow. And when we're analyzing the Invenergy's testimony, we're applying the Tartan criteria based on what on the company of Invenergy. There'd be questions. I don't know how interstate commerce would be affected by if we looked at, is this better for a specific Missouri utility? But that again goes to kind of legal questions.
Is it accurate to say that if these amendments are adopted, or this second project is approved, that more power will be available to the state of Missouri than if it is rejected?
If it is constructed as proposed, yes, the converter station in Missouri is larger than the converter station proposed under the existing certificate of convenience and necessity.
If phase 2 is not completed, but phase 1 is completed, will there be more power to the state of Missouri or less power if phase 2 is completed? I know that's kind of, how can I ask that better? You do understand the question? If only phase 1 is completed, will that mean more or less power for Missouri ratepayers than if phase 2 is completed?
I will say that the converter station with phase 1 is larger than the proposed CCN, and that would remain the same regardless of what happens to phase 2, if that answers your question.
Okay, so let me ask this question. Would completion of phase 2 potentially mean less power delivered to the state of Missouri?
Under the current proposal as defined, I do not see that phase 2 resulting in less power to Missouri at this time.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Judge. That's all I have.
All right. Are there any other commission questions? Oh, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Stallman, if you continue to speak close to the mic.
I'm sorry,
You
I'm
were doing
listening
good.
to a voice out
Yeah.
of the ceiling. And
There's no voice coming out of the ceiling. How long have you been hearing voices? To follow up on Commissioner Holzman's question, can I surmise it that staff believes with this application there will be more power brought into the state of Missouri, but with the phasing construction, the biggest hurdle is, will there be enough revenues to the company to complete the project and be viable?
yeah, I think there's been staff has had questions about the economic feasibility of the project, even in the prior case, and that still exists in the current case. And the only feasibility analysis we've been provided was only for phase 1, but so we had to assume, based on the prior commission order, that it was feasible, and it's just a question on how much that changes.
Thank you.
Any other commission questions? Okay, I have just a couple of follow-ups, and then I think we're done. Are there any downsides to Missouri ratepayers that you haven't already talked about? If the project is built and then it turns out it's not economically feasible, or the revenues don't cover its ongoing costs?
There's definitely going to be downsides to the landowners that are in the right of way of the project. So on that sense, I think there's kind of an obligation to ensure that the tartan criteria are met before a certificate is granted. We've talked a bit about the stranded assets, and then also if there are upgrades made because of the request, it is a question on how those upgrade costs would be allocated to other Missourians.
And what do you mean by upgrades?
So,
Just so we're clear.
for example, there is the Burns substation, which is proposed to be much larger in anticipation of the Grainbelt project interconnecting to the Burns substation. And so if something were to happen where Invenergy is not able to compensate Ameren for those upgrade costs, is Ameren Missouri ratepayers going to be subject to that? How is that going to be spread out to other participants in the MISO market?
And then anything else with regard to ratepayers?
Those were the three that were in my testimony. Nothing else comes to mind.
Is staff's proposed modification to ordered paragraph 10 of the previous report and order, is that part of staff's amended position? I think it was set out on page 18 of Ms. Eubanks' rebuttal.
Let me look things up to see where I'm at on. And okay, ordered paragraph 10. This was dealing with the converter station to be capable of actual delivery of 500 megawatts. And I'm sorry, repeat the question.
Yeah, is that part of staff's amended position?
I think that that might be impacted by the material change, which I recommended and is part of my main testimony. I don't know that Ms. Eubanks addresses that condition.
So as part of
Let me go.
as part of the conditions you recommended, that one remains.
That's going to remain regardless of whether the commission approves my material change condition or not.
Okay,
So-
just wanted to clarify that. And you may have talked about this, so sorry if I reopen a can of worms here. Was staff able to confirm that the interconnection costs based on the completed interconnection studies were included in the cost estimate submitted with the application? Did you testified earlier that the studies weren't complete and there weren't costs, is that correct?
Yes, there's one study that remained to be completed, but I think in the cost estimate that included the projected costs up to the current date and all other costs of the completed studies.
Okay. And then just a couple of clarifying things. what would you need to be able to determine the price differential between PJM and MISO?
I think that could be done with the publicly available data. I'd want to find the, verify the existing interconnection points. And I should say that with MISO, I'm not positive if I could obtain from AECI the, like the equivalent of an LMP analysis.
And that's LMP.
Locational marginal price. And so you'd basically put, depending on what time period you want to analyze, you can come up with average prices or by downloading the data onto an Excel docket and calculating it.
And you mentioned earlier hard-coded numbers, and I think we heard that term before. Can you just explain what hard-coded numbers are?
So when with an Excel spreadsheet, we call a hard-coded number that is a number just inputted, and there's no calculation, so you can't go into the formula to see how that number was calculated. And there was also no explanation of how that number was calculated. There wasn't like a note that referred to see this other work paper or these other numbers from somewhere else.
And then you were making a contrast between the economic feasibility and societal analysis. Can you explain what the difference is between those two things?
So with economic feasibility, it's looking specifically at the revenue flows going to Invenergy in this case versus the investment that Invenergy has to make to do this project. And with societal, it's looking at a much broader scope. It is looking at it could be average Missourians, it could be looking at other people besides Invenergy.
Okay, I appreciate your clarifications. I think that's all of the bench questions. Is there going to be further cross-examination? I'm assuming yes. Okay, we'll just go down the line then. Is there further cross-examination based on the commission and my questions from MLA?
No, Your Honor.
Ag associations?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Stemme? Public counsel?
Yes, thank you. These are intended to be for clarification. Mr. Stallman, are you familiar with Dogwood Energy at all?
Brief, a little bit, not much. I know it exists.
Do you know what it is?
I think that was a merchant generation, or a company that does merchant generation
And do you know where it's located?
in Missouri, I think.
And then, do you remember in response to, well, Commissioner or Chairman Roop was asking you questions and you about reduction in market prices from energy coming through the Greenbelt transmission line if it's built and its impact on the market in MISO. And you talked about the impact to ratepayers being, as I understood it, positive if the customer or the retail customer is ratepayers being served by a net seller into the market, and negative if it's a net purchaser out of the market.
Yes.
Would you explain what premises you were underlying your coming to those conclusions, which, if I heard you correctly, I think you didn't state what you intended it in response to Chairman Roop.
So it would be that the LMP to a generator owned by the utility would see its capacity and energy prices go down, and so ultimately it's going to be kind of on whatever typical, like, it gets complex, but it's
Well, let me try this. Were you referring to vertically integrated customers, ratepayers of vertically integrated utilities?
yes.
And part of the rates are built upon the utility's rate base, which includes its own generation, is that correct?
Correct.
So what is the interplay between market prices and rates with a utility that owns its generation?
So a utility that owns its own generation is going to have a certain amount of operational expenditures and just investment costs, and those go into the rates that we use to calculate utility ratepayer rates. And so just with the way RTO markets work, all the utility would and generation would go into the market, and they purchase back what they need. And so if the prices were to lower and they're selling on net to the overall market, that lessens the revenue that the company would receive to offset the investment costs and the operational expenditures by that utility. And so to make up that difference, that would be brought in through a rate case, and the resulting rates would increase.
And does that analysis underlie your statements about the impacts on ratepayers of being a net seller or a net generator, or net purchaser or net seller into the market?
Yes, in my testimony, I say it depends on, lower capacity energy prices do not necessarily mean lower rates for utility ratepayers.
Thank you.
Is there further cross-examination based on bench questions from Associated?
Just a couple. Thank you, Judge. Mr. Stallman, good morning.
Good morning.
I believe it was Commissioner, excuse me, get the microphone close enough here. I believe it was Commissioner Holzman asked you a couple of questions about power under Phase 1, whether more power would be to Missouri or not. I think that was Commissioner Holzman. It's been a lot of questions so far today. Do you recall those general questions?
Yes.
Isn't it correct that Phase 1 would consist of a infrastructure project that would go from Kansas and to Missouri?
Yes. I'm sorry, I
Go,
cut you off.
okay, go ahead. Answer that question.
That was yes.
Okay. And that there would be a converter station located in Missouri to allow power to be delivered throughout transmission lines in Missouri.
Yes.
Phase 2 would then extend outside of Missouri, correct?
It would go from the Kansas to the Illinois-Indiana border as currently proposed.
But I guess let me rephrase
Yeah.
that question then.
I'm sorry. The Phase 2 would go, is designed to take power from Kansas to the Illinois-Indiana border.
But Phase 2 would be an additional portion of construction that would start in Missouri and end in Indiana or Illinois.
My understanding of it is it would also involve Kansas construction as well.
But it would not involve additional converter stations in Missouri, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
And the power that would come through the converter station in Missouri under Phase 1 would be would allow industries and businesses in Missouri to access that power coming out of Kansas. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And it's your understanding that there is a demand for this type of energy in the state of Missouri? From businesses and industries?
I mean, just loosely speaking, there's a demand for energy, and there is interest in energy from renewable energy sources, yes.
Then this project would facilitate delivery of those resources into Missouri, correct?
That is what is being discussed, yes.
No further questions. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Anything from Sierra Club,
No, thank you.
Renew Missouri,
No, thank you.
Clean Grid Alliance,
No, thank you.
MEC?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Stallman.
Good morning.
I'd like to follow up on some of the questions that you received from Chairman Roop about the phasing of the project. Do you recall generally that discussion?
I think you would have to repeat the question over for me.
Well, I'm going to ask you a new question, but do you remember generally discussing phasing with Chairman Roop?
I think so, broadly.
Okay, good. Well, then here's a new question. If Grainbelt's operation is delayed until both phases are completed, the delivery of the low-cost Kansas energy to Missouri will also be delayed, correct?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. If Grainbelt's operation is delayed until both phases, phase 1 and phase 2, are completed, then the delivery to Missouri of the low-cost Kansas energy will also be delayed, correct?
I think there's kind of a non sequitur in that question. The delivery of energy is dependent on construction rather than the phasing of it. It's not been clear in the record that the phasing would actually delay the construction of the entire line.
Well, let me see if we can clear that up a little bit. Is it staff's position that constructing the entire line, phases 1 and 2, will take more time or less time than the construction of just phase 1?
I don't know that, I mean, that's, I don't know.
Is it reasonable to assume that
Depend-
the construction of the entire line all the way from Kansas to Indiana would take more time than the construction of the line just from Kansas to Missouri?
It depends, I mean, depends on what crews and things that Grainbelt would construct to build the line.
Well, let me ask it this way. Did staff give any consideration whatsoever to whether or not its insistence that the line be constructed in entirety and not in phasing might cause delay in the delivery of this low-cost wind and solar power to Missouri?
I mean, that goes to questions of societal test, and so when we looked at it, we were looking at it from what we've got on record is that the optimal solution is to construct both phases. That was admitted to by the Grainbelt witnesses, and that's in line with what staff is saying. So it would be it would harm public interest to construct only one phase.
Well, let's drill down on that a little bit too, because I want to make sure we really understand staff position. Is it staff's position that is optimal to construct phase 1 and phase 2 simultaneously so that the Grainbelt line does not go into operation at all until phase 2 is completed?
No.
Would
I
you
think-
please tell us then what staff's position is about the construction of the line and phasing?
I think that the staff is saying that the benefits that are assumed by Grainbelt is that both phases are constructed and that constructing only the single phase is against the the public interest.
But is staff now saying that staff is comfortable with phase one being constructed and allowed to go into operation, assuming phase two construction is shortly commenced thereafter?
I'm not sure I understand. Can you rephrase the question?
I'll try. Is staff comfortable with Grainbelt constructing phase one and allowing it to come into operation, and then at some time, perhaps very shortly afterward, commencing the construction of phase two?
I think there's a lot of financial questions that go into, there's financial conditions that we've expressed for the phasing. There would also be, it goes into the economic feasibility question as a whole.
Right. But is staff then not opposed
I mean,
to Grainbelt constructing phase one and allowing it to go into operation before it begins the construction of phase two at whatever time frame perhaps this commission would order?
if it met the conditions recommended by staff, I think that would be acceptable.
Thank you. I think that does help, because I think staff is acknowledging, or I don't imagine you'll disagree with me, that there are Missourians, particularly, my client, Missouri Electric Commission, who are very eager to take advantage of the low-cost energy that will be transmitted over this line as soon as possible, right?
Sure.
And can you agree with me that constructing phase one, which of course will then drop this low-cost energy into Missouri, as soon as possible, benefits Missourians? That's just logical, right?
It would benefit your client in particular.
Yes, yes. And conversely, delaying the operation of phase one such that that power wouldn't be delivered to Missouri as soon as possible would be a detriment to MEC and all of its municipal members, correct?
But that presumes that the project is economically feasible on the whole.
Of course.
So if we assume that the Tartan criteria are met, and then yes, the bringing power in sooner would be more advantageous than later.
Very good. And of course, I think you'll agree with me, Missouri municipal customers, they are ratepayers, right?
They're not regulated by the Missouri Public Service Commission, but they do pay money for their energy.
Right, we all know that, right?
Yes,
Now, unfortunately, none of us get our energy for free, do we?
correct.
I'd like to ask you just a couple of questions too about, and if I misunderstood, I hope you'll correct me. I want to talk to you about staff's concern about whether or not Grainbelt will displace new generation in Missouri, and I just want to make sure I understood that. Does staff believe that Missouri has wind and solar resources equal to those that are available in western Kansas?
I don't know what you mean by that question.
Well,
Are-
let me
Are you
back up.
talking about potential Missouri does have wind and energy resources from renewable energy available to it.
Sure does.
Through legislation, there's also been some notion that there is preference for Missouri-based renewable energy.
And there would be a lot of reasons for that, right? Economic and political and so forth to prefer Missouri generated energy, right?
The legislature is going to do what the legislature does.
Right. But now I'd like to ask for staff's expertise. Does staff believe that Missouri has wind resources that are equal to the wind resources that are available in western Kansas?
I don't know what you mean by equal.
Equal in ability to generate large capacities of power over perhaps more regular intervals.
I mean, there is wind resources in Missouri that have been constructed.
And are Western Kansas wind resources, are they rated or accredited higher than those currently so rated in Missouri?
I'm not sure about actually accredited in the RTO markets. There is, from my understanding, and this would be more under staff witness Claire Eubanks, that the potential from the wind resources may be higher in Kansas than some portions of Missouri.
Okay.
In other places, there's probably higher in Missouri in some portions than what there would be in Kansas, depending
Okay.
on locations.
Okay. Well, for now, even assuming, for purposes of this question, that Missouri wind resources are equal to those in western Kansas, does staff prefer the displacement of Missouri farmland for a wind farm over the amount of land that would be crossed by this single transmission line?
I am unaware of staff's opinion on that. We just evaluate the projects that come before us as proposed.
But I thought I understood, and you can correct me if I misunderstood, I thought I understood that staff had expressed concern that this line, Grainbelt's line, will displace new generation in Missouri. Is that correct?
That it was in contrast to the growth study provided by Dr. Loomis, and what that was driving at is there are other factors that may net with some of Dr. Loomis's assumptions.
So then staff doesn't have its own concern about whether or not Grainbelt will displace new generation in Missouri?
We're not going to favor Grainbelt over any other utility. We're just saying that to the extent they're saying that this is going to be, and this is specific to Dr. Loomis's study, that there's mitigating aspects to all the benefits that he was citing.
Okay, I think I do understand it better. So if there ever was confusion about whether or not staff has its own concern that Grainbelt will displace new generation in Missouri, we've put that to rest. Staff does not have a standalone concern that needs to be addressed or mitigated on that topic, right?
No, what we're looking at is the study provided by Dr. Loomis in that statement. We're looking solely at what Grainbelt was citing as benefits.
Right, and so staff does not see a negative, shall we say?
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, well, maybe I have misunderstood, but I think we've come to the conclusion that staff, in the list of things that staff might create for its concerns over this project, we would not add to that list that staff is worried that Grainbelt will displace new generation in Missouri and the jobs that would come from that and so on.
I'm sorry, I'm lost with your line of questioning. I mean, generally, we are just evaluating the evidence that Grainbelt is providing. If they're citing by Dr. Loomis that there's going to be more jobs and things, then what I was saying is that is essentially a growth study and not a net study.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Stallman. That's it, Your Honor. Thank you.
Sorry, is there any further cross-examination based on bench questions from Grainbelt?
Just a few. Mr. Stallman, you mentioned that there wasn't any evidence in the record with regard to delays that could occur if Grainbelt was required to construct the entire project at the same time.
I think that was in discussion with MEC.
Right. So have you reviewed the rebuttal testimony of Kevin Chandler?
I think briefly I've looked through it.
are you aware of Mr. Chandler's discussion of the status of land acquisition in Illinois versus the status of land acquisition in Missouri? I think
Right.
it's been discussed a lot in this proceeding.
Yes,
And have you done any analysis of how land acquisition in Illinois also impacts the ability to finalize engineering and design for the portion of the project in Illinois?
I have not.
And have you done any analysis of how the process of land acquisition and land access in Illinois impacts the timing of obtaining environmental permits for the portion of the project in Illinois?
I have not.
And then, do you still have the report and order on remand from
Yes.
the 2016 case? Could you turn to page 25, please?
Okay.
I'm looking specifically at paragraphs 77 and 78.
Okay.
It states there, Western Kansas has some of the highest wind speeds in the country, routinely reaching 9.5 to 9.0 meters per second at 80 meters above the ground, a typical hub height for wind turbines. Wind speeds in Western Kansas are substantially higher than states to the east, such as Missouri, Illinois, and Indiana. Higher wind speeds lead to higher capacity factor, meaning that the wind generator runs at a higher average percentage of its maximum power output. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then the next paragraph states, because wind power varies proportionately to wind velocity by the third power, a Kansas wind site with an average of 8.8 meters per second produces almost double the power of a site in Missouri with a 7.0 meter per second average. This exponential effect substantially reduces the cost of wind energy produced by facilities located in areas with higher average wind speeds. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to contest those conclusions?
No, I think those statements are clear.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Is there redirect?
Mr. Stallman, there was some talk about the RTO study with MISO. If those studies are finalized, all the studies are finalized, is that any guarantee that an interconnection agreement will be entered into?
No.
Do you think that a finding of economic feasibility should rely upon reasonable assumptions of project cost and revenues?
Yes.
And in your opinion, Grainbelt has not provided evidence that would enable you to confirm whether the projected revenues of this project are reasonable. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Stallman. No further questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Stallman. I believe that concludes your testimony, and you may be excused.
Thank you.
I want to take a little assessment of where we are. I'd like to delay the lunch break until 1, if possible. Since that concludes staff's witnesses, I'm correct on that, Mr. Pringle, right? I didn't skip
Yes,
anybody?
you are, Judge. That is the end of staff's list of witnesses.
Thank you. The next witness we have on the list is Clean Grid Alliance's witness, Mr. Goggins, who's been very patiently waiting on WebEx for the entire week, I think. I'm assuming there won't be any problem with Mr. Goggins testifying next.
Depends on how you define problem. Yeah, he's ready to go.
Okay. And then just with regard to the other witnesses coming up, are there any of those witnesses, well, I'll just run through the list just to kind of get a feeling for the amount of questioning and so forth. I'd like to wrap things up today if possible. I think you all would like to as well. So I'm just going to kind of go through the list, and if you could just kind of let me know what the status is. So the Ag Association's witness, Mr. Hawkins. Is there going to be cross-examination of Mr. Hawkins? No? Okay. Sierra Club's witness, Mr. Mulligan. Am I saying that right? I think I spelled it
Brief.
wrong.
Brief.
I will
Brief.
have cross.
Okay.
And very brief.
Ms. Stimmy, will there be cross-examination for her? Okay. And obviously, if this changes between now and when that witness comes up, I'm not going to hold you to this. I just am trying to get a feel. Mr. Twitty for MEC,
Yes, Your Honor. All of the MEC witnesses.
all of the MEC witnesses, okay. And Mr. Owen for Renew.
I've got one question.
Okay. Okay, I appreciate that information, and since I didn't give you pre-warning, and Mr. Goggin, you're being very patient, but since I didn't give you pre-warning about the delayed lunch break, does anybody need to take a short break right now? Okay, let's go ahead and take a break and return at 12 o'clock.
Oh, wow, that's a long break.
10 minutes. Let's come back at 5 till. Ready, we can go ahead and go back on the record. All right, we're back on the record after our short break, and when I was going through the list, I didn't say, I do think I have a few questions, and the commissioners may have some questions of Mr. Hawkins, so even if there's no cross from everyone else, just wanted to put that out there.
And Judge, on that front, I just spoke with Mr. Brady, and he has been gracious enough to be amenable to have Mr. Hawkins go ahead of Mr. Goggins if that suits the bench and the other attorneys.
If the other attorneys don't have any objection to that?
I appreciate the courtesy. Thank you all.
And with apologies to Mr. Goggin. We can do that.
Thank you, Judge.
Give me just 1 minute and then we'll get started.
No. He just has to verify that it's been filed. Oh.
In one moment, Jeff, before we start, I was going to put the EA-2016-0358 border back.
Thank you. I forgot to ask for the return of that exhibit to the witness stand for future reference. Okay. Well then, in that case, Mr. Hayden, go ahead.
Your Honor, I would call Garrett Hawkins to the stand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give at this hearing will be the truth? Thank you. If you could spell your name for the court reporter.
Yes. Garrett Hawkins, Garrett
And go ahead when you're ready, Mr. Hayden.
Good morning, Mr. Hawkins. Could you state for me your employer and your position there?
The Missouri Farm Bureau Federation. At that organization, I serve as the president and the CEO.
And are you the same Garrett Hawkins that submitted certain rebuttal testimony to this body on April 19th of 2023 in this proceeding?
I am.
And Your Honor, I actually did not file a pre-filed exhibit list, but I would ask that I think it's already admitted or it's on the record, but that it be given exhibit number 400. And I've got a copy with that handwritten number if the court would like it.
That's fine. We have that as pre-filed rebuttal testimony.
Thank you, Judge. And I tender the witness for cross.
And did you offer that for admittance?
I would offer it for admission. I would offer that exhibit for admission.
Would there be any objection to exhibit number 400? Seeing none, I will admit exhibit number 400. And you were tendering the witness?
I'd tender the witness for cross, Your Honor.
Yes. Would there be any, did anybody come up with any cross-examination questions on the break? Seeing none, then we can proceed with questions from the commission and bench. Any questions?
Judge, I'm going to have a couple questions. I'm trying to actually get into the WebEx through my laptop so you can see me for this one. So if any of the other commissioners have questions, let them go. But if they don't, I just ask for about 3 minutes here so I can try and get in that way.
We can wait for you to connect, Commissioner. Commissioner Kolkmeyer, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
Is your testimony that you submitted or going to submit basically what you gave in Mexico to the public hearing that day?
Yes,
Okay.
all of the main tenants are there, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
We'll just give Commissioner Holzman a couple minutes to work with the technology. We've had several mechanical blips this week behind the scenes, and some technological ones up here on the bench as well.
Judge, I'm still working on it, but it looks like it's going to work for me. Just give me just a couple more seconds here.
Take your time, Commissioner.
You know what? I'm just going to go ahead and go through my phone because it's the laptop is asking me to log into WebEx and I don't have that information with me. So I will do my best. Give me one more second here. All right.
Oh, there you are.
Can you see me?
Yes, we can see you.
Okay. There we go. All right. Thank you. Again, I apologize for having to do this remotely, but I appreciate your patience. How you doing, Mr. Hawkins? Thank you for testifying today. I realize that Commissioner Kolkmeyer asked you if you were going to provide similar testimony that was on the record for the public hearing, but I want to take an opportunity to ask you a few questions that you might be able to elaborate on, similar to some of the questions I had asked Mr. Chandler from the company. Is that reasonable?
Yes.
All right. Can you share any concerns you have or that have been shared with you about the company eliminating the structure payments for landowners along the Tiger Connection route?
Commissioner, can you repeat the question one more time?
Yeah. Can you share any concerns or that have been shared with you about the company eliminating the structure payments for landowners along the Tiger Connector route?
Mr. Commissioner, I think our overarching concern all along has been ensuring that if this project moves forward, that Invenergy treats landowners with the utmost respect and provides the highest level of compensation given the burden that they are going to bear. So as you think through the compensation structure, all we have asked all along is that fairness be given to landowners, given this is a project that they don't want coming across property that they don't want to be forced to sell.
Do you agree? Earlier, I asked a staff witness if this amendment is not approved, if the company has the authority within the original CCN to go ahead and build the original line. Do you think that that's an accurate statement, that they would have the authority under the original CCN to construct the original line without this amendment?
I don't have a legal opinion to offer to that question.
Okay. Is there any harm to your organization or your members if the landowner compensation for the Tiger Connector is 150% of the fair market value versus what the original offering landowners were along the existing line?
Generally speaking, we believe landowners along the line, the vast majority, will benefit more favorably from the 150% fair market value. There could be some instances where the previous structure could perhaps work better. That's where we, as our organization, would encourage the company to do what is best for each specific landowner, and we believe that that is easy enough and flexible enough to be able to figure out. So do what is in the best interest of the landowner.
Is it possible that landowners along the Tiger Connector route might be worse off in terms of compensation under these new amendments?
I mean, that's a question, Mr. Commissioner, that's difficult to answer given that I don't know the circumstance of each landowner that's potentially affected by the proposal. When discussions were happening in the legislature, we truly believe that 150% should be the base level or the floor as we think about these types of takings. So, again, I would encourage, and what we have continue to do is encourage the company to do what's right. And as they look at this project, I would continue to assert that obtaining easements from landowners is a drop in the bucket compared to the overall cost of the project. So it certainly would behoove them, given the track record over the last decade, let's step up efforts to be fair with landowners in the form of compensation.
Should the company, either by choice or by order, provide the landowners along the Tiger Connector route with the option to choose which compensation model they would prefer to receive, which one would you, is there a preference in terms of which model your organization would support?
I think offering that discretion depending on what is the most financially beneficial for the landowner would be amenable to us. How do you get there? Well, I guess I would love for Evidentiary to go ahead and make that a corporate decision and work with landowners accordingly. Absent that, then I would encourage the PSC to consider including that in the order. Again, always looking out for the interests of landowners who are bearing the brunt of said project.
Are you aware of any concerns that have been expressed by landowners about the agricultural mitigation policies contained in the Landowners Protocol or the Missouri Agriculture Impact Mitigation Protocol?
With regard to any type of utility infrastructure, there are always concerns, Mr. Commissioner, with construction as well as maintenance of the rights-of-way or easements. In this case, with a project of this scale, yes, we hear repeatedly from our farmers and ranchers about concerns about how it will impede their operations, their current operations on a daily basis. But we also have to continue to note that as technology evolves in agriculture and more technology is adapted on the farm, there will be hindrances or interruptions potentially with how people are able to operate. Not only that, but we have generational farms as they look at how to bring the kids home to the farm. We have so many of our members that are diversifying their income streams by pursuing agritourism, for instance. It's hard to imagine a young couple wanting to do agritourism on an operation that's now what you see are these large structures that the family never wanted to begin with. So there are things to be considered that a farm family, it's not just the day-to-day operations, but for those who are going to follow mom or dad or grandma and grandpa on farm, they will be dealing with these structures for the rest of their working lives.
Are you aware of any landowners sharing any industry best practices with Greenbelt beyond what has already been incorporated into the protocols?
I don't know. I'm not aware.
Have you or anyone from your organization requested any additional changes to either the landowner protocols or the Missouri Agriculture Impact Mitigation Protocol?
Not to my knowledge. I mean,
Yesterday,
excuse me, Mr. Commissioner. We did, I will say, last summer we did encourage the company to consider burying the line. That was one thing that we did offer as a recommendation as we thought about how to limit the impact or the surface impact to landowners as much as possible. So that is one instance.
Yesterday, I had a fairly lengthy inquiry with company witness Mr. Chandler about landowner concerns and requested modifications to the siting of the route or the siting of the route in response to landowner feedback received at the community meetings. If you were present to hear that exchange, are there, excuse me, are there any statements you would like to have an opportunity to respond to?
I was not there. I would say, generally speaking, though, our members have been very vocal about any type of utility infrastructure that it needs to be minimally as intrusive as possible. So following existing rights-of-way, following section lines, going along highway corridors, et cetera. So that would go along with this project as well.
Yesterday in testimony, the company said that they had moved the original proposed line that had multiple irrigation issues, circle irrigations that were eventually mitigated on the new route. Would you find that to be an accurate statement?
I can't answer. I don't know.
We also talked yesterday about the USDA organic rating that is received from the USDA. Are you aware of the company addressing those issues for those farmers?
I am not aware.
During the public testimony part of this process, we heard from landowners who said if they just moved the lines, 50 feet to one direction or another because of intentional trees or hedgerows that have been, aging for a while, that they would be more amenable to a voluntary position. Are you aware, has the company had any outreach with any of those individuals who testified in the public hearings and made requests that would have to do with micrositing?
I'm not aware, Mr. Commissioner. I guess generally speaking, I would hope that the company is taking seriously the concerns of those along the affected route and considering accommodations or concessions, but I'm not aware of the specifics that you're referencing.
Okay, thank you. My last question is, in general, if this amendments, so we've already established that without these amendments, the company could still proceed with the original line. With these amendments added, if they were to be adopted, do you believe that your members would be better off or worse off given the material changes to the project?
Mr. Commissioner, it's difficult to say. What I would say is once this project was proposed last summer, post-legislative session, what we were adamant about as Farm Bureau and the other organizations was that that the company should follow the spirit of HB 2005, all of the provisions of HB 2005 in light of Tiger Connector. And so what we continue to advocate for is that this company, a for-profit private entity, go above and beyond in trying to prove itself that it is here to benefit Missourians and recognizes the brunt that Missouri landowners are being asked to bear for a project that they didn't ask for. So that's what we continue to hear from our members over and over again, that failed policies have allowed this to happen. And here we are trying to fight for private property rights.
Okay, thank you. Yesterday in testimony, it was mentioned that of the 87% of phase one that was already under contract, that 70% of that was in phase one in Missouri. Do you agree with that statement?
Can you please repeat that, Mr. Commissioner?
Sure. Yesterday in testimony information was presented that of the 87% that was already under existing contract for the lease agreements, that 70% of them were in the state of Missouri along the phase one route. Do you think that is accurate?
I don't know. The company hasn't shared that with me directly, so I don't know.
Okay, so my follow-up question is of the 70% who are already under lease agreement, who have already committed to a payment structure for one way, a payment compensation, have you heard from them in support of this project?
What I can say in all confidence, Mr. Commissioner, that the very few people I have heard from in my 3 years as Farm Bureau president who support the project pales in comparison to the number of people who I hear from on a regular basis who adamantly oppose the project.
So you would suggest that of the 30% remaining to not have a voluntary compensation lease agreement in place, that they are more vocal than the 70% who are already under agreement?
I think, Mr. Commissioner, I think we need to how do you define voluntary for those that have, quote unquote, entered into an agreement? I hear from members all the time who feel like they are being beat into submission and feel like they can't bear the burden of legal costs and go ahead and sign an agreement to try to forego that added expense. So if that's voluntary, that's certainly a broad way to look at it. But for our folks who don't want to fight the fight, we continue to contend that that's not fair.
All right. Well, I appreciate you taking time to offer your testimony today. Judge, that concludes my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Coleman, you had a question.
Thank you, Judge. So yesterday, there was some conversation with witnesses regarding job creation. And often when these types of projects or cases come before the commission, that's one of the concerns and issues. It was brought up at the local public hearing in Mexico. The fact that there may or may not be significant job creation that goes into play with building this connector and what's going to be there, what type of benefit to the community or the counties there would be after completion. Does Farm Bureau have an opinion on the job creation information we've been given, and or any evidence that in previous projects that you all have monitored that you really see that that happening?
Commissioner, it's an excellent question, but I don't have anything on hand based on previous experience with projects that that lend our members to talking a great deal about job creation, because so many times those jobs are such short-term in nature, the longer-term impacts for the communities aren't there in a sustainable fashion.
Mm-hmm. And that's one of the things, that long-term impact that, is up in the air.
That's correct. Okay. The workers are there for a short time, but the infrastructure, the towers are there in perpetuity. And that's the point of our members.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Any other commission questions? All right. I think that takes care of commission questions. Is there any further cross-examination based on questions from the commissioners? Just kind of throw it out to the group. Not seeing anything. Is there redirect?
Just one quick question. So going back to Commissioner Holzman's questions, he was asking you about the 70-30 split of landowners that have made a deal, or potentially, I think we heard yesterday in testimony too, there has been a little bit of litigation on just a very few cases to completion. Has anybody come to you as a member and who has already either through litigation or voluntary sale, had an easement go to Grainbelt and say that they really support the project now and want it to move forward?
No,
Okay. You haven't heard from a single person that's told you that?
no.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hawkins. That completes your testimony, and you may be excused.
Thank you.
All right, then I think we are ready to go back to Clean Grid Alliance.
Thank you, Your Honor. We call Michael Goggin.
And Mr. Goggin is on the WebEx.
Hi.
If we can pull him up. Oh, yeah, it's Mr. Goggin. Go ahead and I'm going to swear you in so I can see you. And then we'll get you pulled up on the screen for everyone else. Raise your right hand if you're able. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give at this hearing will be the truth?
Yes.
And then would you please state your name and spell it for the court reporter?
Sure, it's Michael Goggin. That's MichaelGoggin.
Okay, thank you. Now everyone can see you, I think. So go ahead with your testimony or your witness, Mr. Brady.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Goggin, who was your employer?
I'm employed by Grid Strategies, LLC.
And what is your title with Grid Strategies?
Vice President.
Did you prepare written testimony for this case on behalf of Clean Grid Alliance?
Yes.
Did you prepare written rebuttal testimony accompanied by 11 schedules identified as MG1 through MG11?
Yes.
And did you prepare written cross-rebuttal testimony on behalf of Clean Grid Alliance?
Yes.
Looking at those two pieces of testimony, do you have any corrections to the testimony or schedules?
No.
If I were to, are your answers to the questions in the rebuttal and cross-rebuttal testimony true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
If I were to ask you today the same questions contained in the rebuttal and cross-rebuttal testimony, would your answers be substantially similar to what is in the written testimony you've prepared?
Yes.
The testimony that Mr. Goggin has verified was pre-filed in the case. The rebuttal testimony and schedules MG1 and MG11 were pre-filed on April 19th and identified in EFIS as item number 135. The cross-rebuttal testimony was pre-filed in this case on May 15th and is identified in EFIS as item number 161. Your Honor, I move for the admission of these documents into the record with the verified rebuttal testimony and schedules MG1 and MG11 marked as exhibit number 600, and the cross-rebuttal testimony that Mr. Goggin has verified marked as exhibit 601.
Yes, thank you. Those are the numbers that I have. And I'm sorry, you offered that testimony.
Yes, I move for the admission of that testimony.
Is there any objection to exhibits 600 and 601? Seeing none, I will admit those. And if there's any confusion on the numbering, I renumbered those. Were originally, I think, numbered as with the schedules separately, but I put the schedules as part of the testimony.
Correct, and the schedules, he only has schedules MG1 through MG11, and those are all with the rebuttal testimony and included as exhibit number 600.
Yes. Okay, then. We're ready then for cross-examination. Is there going to be cross-examination of this witness? Yes, okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
MEC?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Goggin.
Good afternoon.
Would you tell us, please, are Kansas renewable resources delivered over grain belt going to be, in your opinion, a higher or a lower cost option than the resources that are currently available in Missouri?
As I explained in my rebuttal testimony, they would be lower cost. And this is due to their higher capacity factor, their greater productivity, which reduces the cost per megawatt hour because those fixed costs of building and operating the plant can be spread across more megawatt hours. And as I established in my testimony, there is a significant difference in the productivity of both wind and solar resources. It's significantly higher in the Kansas resource area than resources that are available in Missouri. I also, in my testimony, note that there are significant impediments to interconnecting new renewable resources in Missouri or in the MISO footprint due to transmission congestion that is increasing interconnection costs, resulting in project curtailment and congestion that reduces the value of wind and solar resources available in MISO and other parts of, in Missouri and other parts of MISO. And the Grain Belt Express project would be able to deliver the resources directly from Kansas and overcome those limitations.
Very good, thank you. That's all I had, Your Honor.
Is there anything from Associated Industries?
No questions, Judge. Thank you.
Sierra Club?
No questions, thank you.
Renew Missouri?
No, thank you.
Grain Belt?
Yes, please. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Goggin, if it's afternoon where you're joining us from.
It is. Good afternoon.
I note that before your tenure at Grid Strategies, you were at the American Wind Energy Association, now known as American Clean Power Association.
That's correct.
And overall, you've been working on renewable energy transmission and electricity market issues for over 15 years.
That's correct.
And over those 15 years, do you work closely with wind and solar developers?
Yes, I do.
Have you reviewed the 74% capacity factor assumption put forth by Grain Belt in this proceeding?
I've done some cursory analysis. Yes.
Are you familiar with the amount? And I'll direct you to your. I want to make sure I call it the right thing. Cross-sur rebuttal testimony.
Yes.
Around page 5, actually specifically on page 5, you referenced that capacity factor.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. Actually, I'm going to have you flip to page 6, if you don't mind, and it's line number 110.
Okay, I'm there.
There's that, I'm sorry, I'm going to actually start up on 108 so we get a complete sentence. As noted on page 6 of Repsher's report, and that's Mark Repsher, the witness for Grain Belt. Is that correct? That's your understanding? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure the record is clear. Around 9,300 megawatts of nameplate wind and solar capacity, and then in parens, 6,021 megawatts of wind plus 3,262 megawatts of solar can be interconnected to the 5,000 megawatt Grain Belt Express line because of the synergies between wind and solar resources due to the negative correlation in the timing of their output. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
And based on your experience working with wind and solar developers, do you believe it's reasonable to assume that wind and solar developers would be willing to interconnect or willing to interconnect their projects to the Grain Belt project at levels that exceed the 5,000 megawatt capacity?
I do, and this is commonly done when building transmission lines and interconnecting renewable resources to have the renewable nameplate capacity exceed the rated capacity of the transmission line. And this can be done because of, particularly with wind and solar resources, there are negative correlations, as I explained in my testimony, between their output profiles. Solar obviously produces during the day. Wind in most of the country, including Kansas, tends to produce more at night. That's true seasonally as well. Solar obviously is greatest in the summer. Wind resources tend to be highest in the other months of the year. And so when you put these two resources together, because they're not tending to produce at the same time, you can install more nameplate capacity relative of the renewable resources relative to the capacity of the transmission line. There's also geographic diversity among wind and among solar resources, particularly for wind resources. Just as weather systems move through wind projects, they're not in lockstep. There's a pretty significant drop in the correlation between the output of any two wind projects as the geographic distance between them increases. And given the amount of wind resources and solar resources we're talking about here, there's inherent geographic diversity. You just would have to spread those resources over a significant geographic area to be able to build that much wind and solar. And that geographic diversity from having those dispersed resources is going to further reduce the coincidence and the correlation between any two wind projects or any two solar projects. And that allows you to get even more of that geographic diversity that helps ensure that the resources are not tending to produce all at the same time. And that, I think, when you take account for those diversity benefits, it makes the amount of curtailment that you would expect during the few hours per year when you do have total wind and solar output exceeding the capacity of the transmission line. It keeps that curtailment at an acceptable level that is economically palatable to the renewable developers.
No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Goggin.
Thank you. Is there anything from public counsel?
Thank you, no.
Staff?
Yes, Judge, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Goggins.
Good afternoon.
And you, on questioning from Grainbelt, you mentioned that you did a cursory review of the Guidehouse study?
Yes, that's correct. Of the Repsure report, I believe is what I was being asked about. Yes.
For the record, that's the PA consulting study.
Apologies for that. So regarding Mr. Repsure's study, did you review any work papers regarding his proposed 74% capacity factor?
No, I did not. When I said cursory, what I was referring to is in my testimony, I discussed the typical capacity factors for wind and solar projects that we see in the Kansas resource area. I would note that those are increasing over time as technology for both wind and solar improves. But doing that analysis, I think the wind and solar alone could probably, the amount of capacity that is being talked about in the Repsure report could support a capacity factor of 80% of the 5,000 megawatt rated capacity of the transmission line. So we would be delivering on average about 4,000 megawatts over the 5,000 line. That's without taking into account any curtailment that might reduce that somewhat. As I noted just a few minutes ago, because of the diversity in the output profiles, I expect that curtailment to be minimal and acceptable. So I think, based on kind of that starting 80% figure, I think a 74% figure after accounting for that curtailment is highly reasonable.
All right, but you did not review any work papers about that. That was your answer, correct?
That's correct. I did not review work papers.
And what is your definition of a capacity factor?
So capacity factor is the amount of energy produced over some period divided by the total theoretical maximum that resource, based on its nameplate capacity, could have produced.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Are there questions from Missouri Landowners Alliance?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Goggins.
Good afternoon.
My name is Paul Agathan, and just for your benefit, you should know I represent a group of clients who are opposed to the Grain Belt line. Could you turn, please, to page 4 of your rebuttal testimony?
Okay, I'm there.
At lines 87 to 90, you state that the Grain Belt project will be capable of delivering 2,500 megawatts to delivery points in Missouri. Is that essentially correct?
That's correct.
Sorry, Mr. Goggin, did you answer?
I'm sorry, I said that's correct.
Yes, we didn't catch that. Thank you.
But not all 2,500 megawatts will necessarily be purchased by utilities which serve retail customers in Missouri, will it?
I believe that at this point that's not been.
Sorry, Mr. Goggin, can you get just a little closer to your mic? For some reason, you cut out when you're farther back.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened.
Oh, it's still very quiet.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can, but you're very quiet for some reason.
Okay, I'll speak loudly. I'm not sure what changed. My understanding is that at this point, in what's been publicly disclosed, that the contracting for that 2,500 megawatts that would be delivered into Missouri, some of that has not been determined in terms of who will be the off-taker.
Right, but portions of that 2,500 megawatts could be delivered out to other states. For example, it could be delivered to Energy, right?
That's theoretically possible.
And TVA?
I suppose that's also theoretically possible. That would require, a contract and a transmission reservation to make those types of flows, but it's theoretically possible.
Isn't TVA able to tie directly to the connection at Associated's substation?
I'm not sure.
Actually, couldn't some or all of the 2,500 megawatts be delivered to virtually every state within MISO?
That would also require being able to deliver within MISO would require a study of the point-to-point transmission, the feasibility of doing a point-to-point transmission delivery. And, there is congestion within MISO that in many cases may prevent that type of delivery.
But there are cases where it could be delivered to other states in MISO.
It's theoretically possible, sure.
On a different subject, could you please turn to page 6 of your rebuttal testimony?
Okay, I'm there.
Are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Yes.
At lines 133 to 135, you state that according to Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, in 2022, the average capacity factor for Kansas wind projects installed from 2016 to 2020 was 43.4%, correct?
I'm going to object. Actually, that was Mr. Gagnon, you said you misstated 2022, and the testimony says 2021. Data shows that in 2021, the average capacity factor for Kansas wind projects installed during 2016 to 2020 was 43.4%.
Mr. Atkinson, can you give me that citation again?
That was at page 6 of his rebuttal testimony, where he's lines 133 to 135. And he's citing the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory.
Okay, I'm there. And I
was just correcting, he had said it was 2022, and I'm just saying it's actually 2021. So I'm fine with the question going forward as,
all right.
thank you.
The witness may need the question asked again.
did that?
That's okay, I heard it. Yeah, the text says 2021, and that was the analysis I did, not 2022. But notwithstanding that, the statement is correct.
The 43.4% capacity factor for Kansas?
That's correct for the projects that were installed in the 2016 to 2020 period.
And I don't know if you know the answer to this or if you've got the document in front of you, but according to that same Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory report, the comparable capacity factor for wind generation in Iowa was 41%, correct?
I don't have the document in front of me, but I have no reason to doubt that.
Thank you. Now, this comparison of different capacity factors for different states and different areas for wind generation, they don't account for the difference in the cost of transmission facilities needed to get the power to Missouri, do they?
No, this is just a capacity factor analysis. And I would note, given the example you cited of the Iowa capacity factor, there is significant transmission congestion between Iowa and Missouri that would limit the deliverability of those wind resources, barring significant transmission upgrades that would also have a cost.
In other words, just looking at capacity factors doesn't take into account any cost of transmission.
No, it's not intended to.
Do you perhaps have a copy with you of the report and order on remand from the commission's last case? That was.
I do not.
Could you accept, subject to check, that in that order at page 26, paragraph 80, the commission found that a levelized cost analysis is the best financial technique to compare different energy generation sources?
Subject to check, I believe you that that's what the statement says.
Thank you. And again, subject to check, would you accept that the order at page 26, paragraph 81, stated that Greenbelt witness David Berry testified creditably that the Greenbelt project's total delivered cost of energy is less than any other renewable or conventional energy alternative, such as Missouri wind energy, Missouri utility scale solar energy, and combined cycle gas energy?
That's
subject to.
Can you? I just have a copy of the order in front of me now. Can you? What was the? Is that paragraph 81?
Yes. Page 26.
Okay.
Yeah, subject to check. I take you at your word that that's correct.
Thank you. So Mr. Berry's levelized cost analysis, which compared the total delivered cost of energy for Missouri, including the cost of transmission, was in addition to just the cost of energy, right?
I'm going to object. The document says what the document says. So he doesn't need Mr. Goggins to confirm what the commission has already acknowledged in its prior order. He's fine to cite that. It's already in the record. He's fine to cite it in his brief.
I just want to make sure that the record is clear that Mr. Berry's testimony in that case did include the cost of transmission.
I'm not sure the witness has an answer to that. And as has been stated, the order says what the order says, and I've admitted the order. So you can argue that, you can cite to that in your brief and argue that in your brief and explain it. I don't think we need the witness to explain that. But if you have questions about the witness's knowledge, go forward and ask those questions.
I'll start with a different question here then. Did you perform a levelized cost analysis comparing the total cost of bringing grain belt energy to Missouri to the total cost of other potential alternatives such as wind generation in Iowa?
I did not.
Do you know of any other witness in this case who performed such a levelized cost analysis?
I do not.
Did you conduct a levelized cost analysis comparing the delivered cost of solar power from different locations?
I did not.
On a different subject, could you turn to page 18 of your testimony?
Of the rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm there.
At line 357, you referred to an area called MISO North. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you know what states are included in that area?
When I was using that, I was referring to everything except MISO South, which is generally, so it's everything except Arkansas, Louisiana, and Mississippi, and parts of Texas.
Do you know what states specifically would be included in MISO North, or at least some of them?
Sure, it would be the Dakotas, Missouri, Minnesota, Iowa, Wisconsin, parts of Illinois and Indiana. I guess part of Kentucky. Did I say Michigan? Michigan as well.
You know your geography. Could you turn, please, to page 22 of your rebuttal testimony?
Okay, I'm there.
Are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Yes.
Beginning at line 452, you state that Kansas renewable resources delivered via the project are a lower cost option than resources available in or currently deliverable to Missouri. And then you go on to state 3 or 4 reasons why that is so. Is that generally correct?
That's correct.
In conjunction with that statement, did you conduct a levelized cost of energy analysis, which included the cost of building the Grain Belt project?
I did not, and that's because, as I explained in this section, many of the costs associated.
Hang on just a minute, Mr. Goggins. Sorry, you kind of cut out again. Can you?
Sure, I can start over. I did not, and that's because, as I explained in this section, transmission congestion and.
I'm going to have to stop you again. You keep coming and going. Do you have another microphone or?
I can switch to my phone.
Or yeah, we can try you without your video to see if that is better. I'm sorry. Let's go off the record quickly.
It could be an audio setting that you have that adjusts your mic naturally. So if you go to your audio settings, that might be the issue.
Well, let's
It boosts
try.
you and takes you down.
Let's try it without the video to see if that works better. Can you talk to us, Mr. Goggin? Oh, now we can't hear you at all.
Okay.
Oh,
Is that better? Can you hear me now?
That's you're fine right now. So
Okay.
as much as it's better with video, let's try it without for a while. Let's go ahead and go back on the record. I'm sorry, Mr. Atkinson, you may have to repeat your question.
Okay, Mr. Goggin, do you want me to repeat it, or are you aware of what the question was?
I remember where we were. So I was stating that I did not conduct a levelized cost analysis because, as I explained in this section, there are significant transmission upgrade costs that would be associated with making resources within MISO deliverable. The cost and timeline associated with those upgrades is uncertain, and but it is lengthy in terms of the delays, and the costs are quite significant now There's also congestion and curtailment risks that would severely affect the value of those resources within MISO, whereas those concerns do not apply to the resources delivered via grain belt because the transmission line is resolving that congestion. And because of the uncertainty around those costs and reductions in value and delays associated with MISO resources, I did not think it was feasible to do an apples to apples comparison between resources delivered via grain belt versus resources available within MISO.
You wouldn't happen to know how Mr. Berry conducted the analysis of both scenarios, do you?
Not off the top of my head, no, I don't.
That's all I have, Judge.
Thank you. Is there any cross from the ag associations?
None, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Stimmy? No questions. Are there questions for Mr. Goggin from the commissioners? Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Judge. This is Commissioner Roop, Mr. Goggin.
Hello.
I believe it was your, I think it was your rebuttal on page 5, line 93.
Okay, I'm there.
Is that where you were responding to witness Eubanks from the commissions, the difference between capacity factor and capacity value? I don't have it pulled up in front of me.
Chairman, I think it's his cross rebuttal.
Cross rebuttal,
Yes.
thank you.
So, Mr. Goggin, it's your cross rebuttal, page 5, line 93, 94.
Thank you. Now I have it pulled up.
All right.
Can you explain the difference between capacity factor and capacity value that you are referencing in line 93 to 95?
Sure. So capacity factor, and that's what the 74% offered by the Rupture report is a measure of energy production. And as I answered a few minutes ago, that's measured as the actual production of energy divided by the maximum theoretical amount. And so capacity factor is an energy measure. Capacity value is a measure of capacity that is dependable or useful for meeting peak electricity demand needs. And that is generally lower for wind and solar resources. Because witness Stallman is referring to how MISO and SVP accredit renewable resources, that deals with capacity value issues, which is a totally separate issue from capacity factor. And that's the point I was making there, is that 74% capacity factor is a different measure than the capacity value that MISO and SVP accredit renewable resources.
Great. All right. Thank you for clarifying that. And I believe it was in your testimony you espoused the belief that wind generated in Kansas, is more beneficial to the driving down wholesale prices than wind generated in Missouri, and I understood your reasoning.
Yes, that's correct, and that's because the resources are more productive, so there's more energy being injected relative to resources in Missouri, and all wind and solar resources offers into the market at essentially zero marginal cost, reflecting that it has no fuel price. And so adding those zero marginal cost resources depresses energy market prices, which is beneficial for consumers. And having more megawatt hours injected causes more price reduction. Similarly, on the capacity side, a similar dynamic, adding additional supply into the capacity market tends to drive down price. More productive wind and solar resources generally offer a higher capacity value. So similarly, you would have greater benefit from the more productive resources relative to those that are available in Missouri.
And those would be
contracted by a regulated utility through a PPA?
That's likely how it would play out. In the energy market impact, the benefit would accrue in the MISO market regardless of those contracts. The energy market kind of operates on a separate plane from bilateral power purchase agreements that are outside of the wholesale market. And so regardless of the contracts, the wind being injected into Missouri in the energy market is going to have that effect on power prices, regardless of who the off-taker, the customer is.
Now, this is a Missouri-specific question, and you may have no knowledge of this, but are you aware that the Missouri Office of Public Counsel in many rate cases have put forth the argument that purchase power agreements entered into by Evergy have been bad business decisions and non-economical for Missouri ratepayers compared to other generation options they could have explored? Have you read that, or are you familiar with that at all?
I'm not familiar with that.
Great. That is all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other commission questions?
Yes, Judge. I have a couple.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Goggins. We have heard throughout this hearing from different stakeholders that one of the concerns is there haven't been generator contracts established. And in your testimony, you mentioned that that's not uncommon for renewable energy projects to have the transmission go first, and that, a field of dreams scenario, if you build it, they will come, is in place. Can you speak a little bit to your belief that the contracts from generators will be there if this project goes forward?
Yes, and your statement's absolutely right that if you build it, they will come type is the mantra for, and my experience over the last 15 plus years has been that every time there has been proactive transmission expansion to resource areas with high quality renewable resources, that those transmission lines are typically immediately oversubscribed, if not oversubscribed, just given the compelling economics of the wind and solar resources in those areas. And this is based on experience in Texas with the competitive renewable energy zone transmission lines, in other parts of MISO with the multi-value projects, in the Southwest Power Pool with the priority projects there, experience in California with the Tehachapi Wind transmission interconnection, as well as other expansions of transmission. Everywhere this has happened to a renewable resource area, the renewable resources have been built and contracted as the transmission line came into service. And this kind of timing mismatch of building the transmission before the generation and the contracts for the generation are in place is necessary because of the timing mismatch, and that it takes so much longer to permit and build a transmission line than it takes to permit and build a renewable resource. That the transmission line necessarily has to go first.
Thank you. MISO has been working to implement its long-range transmission plan, focusing on Tranche 1 currently. I believe those projects will start coming online in 2028. Is it possible that the Greenbelt project would become unnecessary because the Tranche 1 projects are being built?
I addressed this in my rebuttal testimony. I think that the Tranche 1 projects are going to be highly beneficial. I would note that transmission development takes a long time. There often are permitting challenges that can delay those projects, and this was the case for many of the multi-value projects, the last big round of transmission expansion that MISO undertook. I would note that one of those transmission lines is still not completed, over a decade later because of permitting and other objections. That's the Cardinal Hickory Creek transmission line. So, that there is that risk of those projects not being in place by the currently scheduled date. I would also note that, there's extremely high demand for renewable resources with the Inflation Reduction Act providing long-term and expanded tax credits for wind and solar resources. I think that trend is going to continue. There's going to be continued economic interest in procuring renewable resources. And so I think it's likely that there's going to be demand for such a large amount of renewables that both the Tranche 1 projects and the Grain Belt Express projects will be needed to meet that demand.
Is it fair to say that you have witnessed or experienced, been a part of, studied a number of transmission projects around the country?
Yes, at this point, I think I've had some engagement with every major transmission expansion for renewable resources over the last 15 years.
Mr. Goggins,
Okay, well,
I'm sorry, Mr. Goggins, you faded out for us here in the
Sorry,
hearing
I
room.
just said that I think over the last 15 years, I've had some engagement in every major transmission expansion for renewable resources in the United States.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to ask, this is my final question. In the state of Missouri, we have a long history of property rights and valuing our landowners and having agriculture be if not the leading major industry in this state. How would you compare the way that the company has approached interacting with the landowners and the compensation packages that have been provided versus other states and other companies and other projects that you've been a part of?
So I should disclose that my engagement with this process and with those other transmission lines has not really delved into that issue. So I don't think I have the knowledge to answer that question. I deal more with kind of the issues I've talked about here in my testimony, the resource supply and the economics and the need. I don't get into the land owner interactions in my work. And so I don't have the knowledge to answer that question, unfortunately.
Can you acknowledge that there's a tension in each project that you've been a part of between the stakeholders?
Commissioner Holzman, can you repeat that for the court reporter? You cut out just a little.
I said, can you acknowledge that there has been a tension between those stakeholders and the other projects you've been a part of?
Certainly, yes. There's always some negotiation between the project developers and the landowners. That's as is true with any business transaction, there's going to be a negotiation.
And the projects that you've been a part of that have come to completion, the data and financial projections that have been a part of that, have they more likely been accurate or have come to fruition in your experience?
Yes, I've reviewed a number of retrospective analyses that MISO and the Southwest Power Pool and others have done for transmission investments. And what they found is that the benefits are as large, if not larger, than what they expected going into the project, into the transmission project development. So the track record has been that the benefits expand or exceed expectations.
Thank you very much for your testimony today, Judge. That is all I have.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Are there any other commission questions? All right, then with that, I hate to break at the end of your testimony, but I think we're overdue for a lunch break. Will there be any further cross-examination of Mr. Goggins based on those questions? How long?
2 questions.
2 questions? And will there be redirect at this point?
Yes.
Will it be extensive?
No.
Okay, let's go ahead and finish him then. So no cross-examination except for staff based on commission questions? All right, staff, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Goggins, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. What is your definition of economic feasibility?
Off the top of my head, I would say that it's the ability of a proposed investment to generate sufficient revenue to recover its cost with an adequate rate of return to make the investment worthwhile to the investors.
And then, in your opinion, would the most economically optimal result be that the entire project is constructed?
I haven't
I'm gonna object. I
evaluated
don't
that
think-
in detail, but
the answer.
I would say that in general, transmission does offer economies of scale, and larger investments tend to have a lower cost per megawatt delivered and more benefits than smaller investments. But I haven't done the detailed analysis for the phases here.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Any other cross-examination from MLA Ag Association?
None from me, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Stemming? I think she's left. Is the redirect then?
Yes. Travis, I was concerned we weren't going to get the economic feasibility question in. Yeah. Michael, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Mr. Agathan had asked you some questions about levelized cost of energy in his questions relative to the last case, the EA 2016-0358. Are you familiar? You're familiar with levelized cost of energy, correct?
That's correct.
Are there, and what did Mr. Rebsher use for his justification of economic feasibility in this case?
So it was heavily based around analysis of the energy and capacity market impacts of the additional supply. And I think that's a reasonable method for the analysis. At this point, as I mentioned, the potential cost of developing resources within MISO is uncertain due to the need for transmission upgrades there. Similarly, the exact pricing of generation contracts, wind and solar resources that will deliver via the Grain Belt line is also not known. And so in the absence of that information, I believe that looking at wholesale market price impacts is a reasonable proxy for the value of the line, because it does reflect the ability of low cost power to flow over the line and to be injected into MISO and specifically into Missouri. And I will note that wholesale power prices do, when there is reduction in a wholesale price of energy and capacity, that does tend to translate into savings for customers, because those market prices are used as a benchmark against which generation contracts are signed, against which resource additions or retirements are evaluated. And so there is a, obviously how those prices flow through to the customers depends on the contract structure, but over the medium to long term, those prices do tend to translate into savings for customers because they're used as a benchmark, and they drive, resource pricing in the bilateral PPA market.
Thank you. That was a little bit more than what I was expecting, because I wanted I think what you just gave me may be the answer to my next question. So confirm that. So you're familiar with levelized cost of energy. You've nailed down and explained, you've identified that you're familiar with Mr. Rebsher's analysis. And which analysis would be better in this situation for economic feasibility?
I think Mr. Rebsher's analysis is a reasonable way to estimate the feasibility and the economic benefits of the line. Just given that there are certain key inputs are not available to do the levelized cost analysis. I would also note that levelized cost analysis, while useful alone, I think is not sufficient for really evaluating costs and benefits. In part because levelized cost of energy is just a measure of the cost of energy. It doesn't speak to the value of that energy. It doesn't account for the cost or value of capacity. that, as I've noted, there's, differences in the capacity value that renewable resources delivered via the line would be higher than that likely offered by resources within MISO. As I mentioned, it doesn't account for, potential costs of upgrades for transmission within MISO. In short, there's a number of things that are not included in levelized cost of energy analysis that, make it useful, but alone it's not sufficient. And so I think the analysis presented by Mr. Rupture is a reasonable estimate of the value of the line and the economic feasibility of the line.
Does the levelized cost of energy account for congestion?
It does not typically. That's correct, because the value.
Hold on,
Hold
Mr.
on, Michael.
Goggin. I'm sorry. The court reporter didn't catch the question, so we're
Sorry
going to
about
have
that.
him repeat it.
Yeah. Does a levelized cost of energy analysis account for congestion?
It does not, because the value of the congestion affects the value of energy, as I explained in my rebuttal testimony. And if renewable resources within MISO are generating at points on the grid where there is significant congestion, that is going to suppress the value of that energy and make it less valuable for the customers and the people who are receiving that power. And that is not accounted for in levelized cost of energy analysis.
And a levelized cost of energy analysis does not account for the change in locational marginal prices, the changes in pricing across the footprint. Whereas, does ProMod account for something like that? Does the Rupture analysis account for that?
That's correct. Yeah, the Rupture analysis would account for those changes in prices, whereas levelized cost of energy analysis would not.
Would the type of analysis that Mr. Rupture did account for reliability and resiliency?
To some extent, it does reflect, and the analysis that was presented by Guidehouse as well, and as my own analysis that I did of the value that the Grain Belt Express would have offered during Winter Storm Elliott. That also is not reflected in a levelized cost of energy analysis. The ability to use the transmission line for energy arbitrage, to receive capacity value, during events, during both normal operations and these severe weather events, would not be captured in a levelized cost of energy analysis. So it's another reason why levelized cost of energy analysis can be useful, but it is not sufficient, particularly for a line like Grain Belt Express, where it's been proposed to deliver power among different RTOs.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
Thank you. I believe, Mr. Goggin, that completes your testimony, and you may be excused.
Great, thank you.
And we will take a lunch break. It's 1:15 now, so return at 2:15. We can go off the record. Okay, we're back after our lunch break, and we are ready to begin with Sierra Club's witness. Now, Sierra Club's attorney and its witness are both remote, so we will see how this works.
Hoping you can see and hear me. This is Sarah Rubenstein for Sierra Club.
We can see and hear you.
Would it be helpful for me to turn off my video when we call our witness?
Well, let's try with everybody in their video and just see, and if we have problems, then yeah, we'll start with letting the attorney turn off their video, and then we'll try turning off the witness video, and we'll take it from there.
Sounds good. Well, we're ready to go.
Okay, go ahead.
We'd like to call our first witness, our only witness, Michael Milligan.
Hello. I'm sorry I'm unable to get my camera to work. It worked yesterday and it's not going today. Would you like me to take a few minutes, or do you want to go ahead with voice only?
If there's no objection from any attorneys, let's just proceed. The cameras may just cause us problems anyway. So if you are able, would you please raise your right hand?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right. Then you may proceed with your witness.
Great, thank you. Could you please state your name for the record?
Michael Milligan.
And where are you currently employed?
I am self-employed. I work for Milligan Grid Solutions, Inc. I'm the principal consultant, chief cook, and bottle washer here.
Great. And what is your business address?
My business address is 2875 South York Street in Denver, 80210.
Mr. Milligan, did you prepare and cause to be prepared in this case your rebuttal testimony, which I believe has been marked Exhibit 850?
Yes, I did.
And is the resume, which is attached as Schedule MM1 to your rebuttal testimony, a true and correct copy of your resume?
Yes, it is.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed rebuttal testimony at this time?
No.
So if I asked you the questions in your rebuttal testimony at this time, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And the information in those answers is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Exhibit 850 in this case.
Would there be any objection to Exhibit 850? That's 850. Seeing no objection, I will admit that.
And I tender the witness for cross-examination. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there cross-examination from MEC?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly, please.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Milligan.
Hello?
Would you please explain for us if and how the Grain Belt line could benefit Missouri by reducing congestion in the grid?
Yes. This is confirmed by a recent Department of Energy transmission study, but what would happen is that there are parts of Missouri that are subject to higher prices, and the line would allow access to more economic resources that may not otherwise be accessible. And obviously the example of that would be wind generation or any renewable generation in Kansas and so forth.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I had.
Okay. Is there anything from Associated Industries?
Just a couple of very brief questions, Judge. Okay, get up here. Mr. Milligan, can you hear me okay? This is Mark Ellinger.
Yes, I can.
And I'm actually going to kind of pick up where counsel for MEC just left off, because she covered part of what my question was, but I want to take the second part of my question, which is by reducing the congestion in the system, will that offer some benefits to businesses and industries in the state of Missouri, which draw electricity off of the transmission system across the state of Missouri?
Yes, congestion costs are created when the most economic resource is not available to be delivered to the load center. And so when that congestion, it's like you've got an overloaded transmission line, for example. So when that congestion is alleviated, that then does allow access to more economic resources, which then translates into a lower wholesale power cost. In any given hour, for example, that cost may not be significant, but over time, that would result in lower electric bills to basically everybody in Missouri and probably across the MISO footprint. So yes, the congestion would benefit businesses in Missouri.
And you kind of stepped into right up with the other question I had, which was while that cost may be fairly marginal on a single hourly basis for large industrial consumers, whether they're large manufacturing facilities, mills, data centers, et cetera, those cost savings over the course of a year could be quite substantial, couldn't they?
They could, and I want to add to that a large commercial industrial user may not be exposed directly to the real-time electricity prices. Oftentimes there's some sort of a tariff. If they were exposed directly to those costs, then they would probably experience a larger increase in cost with the congestion and a larger reduction in cost without the congestion.
And similarly, by reducing congestion and improving the transmission infrastructure, that also allows businesses to have more dependable and reliable electricity at a lower cost, doesn't it?
That's correct.
No further questions, Judge.
Thank you. Renew Missouri,
No questions. Thank you, Judge.
Clean Grid Alliance,
No questions, thank you.
Grain Belt,
No questions. Thank you.
Public Counsel,
Thank you, no questions.
staff.
Brief, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Milligan. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
My name is Travis Pringle. I'm with Staff Counsel. Just one question for you. Are you aware of the potential for positive and negative impacts of the Grain Belt project into MISO?
I'm not so familiar with the negative impacts. My expertise was really looking at the impact on the operation and the planning of the grid. So, I know that there may be some negative impacts, but I haven't seen them. I did look at MISO's recent benefit cost analysis of transmission, and they found a benefit cost ratio ranging from 2.6 to 3.8, which wouldn't directly be Grain Belt Express's benefit cost ratio, but the Grain Belt Express checks off all the same types of boxes. It's and the DOE study confirms that it connects two or more regions. It does alleviate some congestion, and it reduces the costs that we have today. So, I can't speak to whether every single dollar is included in those benefit cost ratios, but they're an extremely strong indicator that yes, if there are costs, of course, but those costs are significantly outweighed by the benefits.
And you also mentioned the combining of two different regions. In your opinion, is the most economically optimal result that the entire project is constructed?
Let me make sure I understand your question. So you're asking if the benefits would depend on the entire project being constructed, is that right?
Yes, correct. The benefits in your analysis, like to achieve these benefits, the entire project needs to be constructed?
No, I wouldn't say that, and I, you'd have to do an individual evaluation for different stages, but, it would be reasonable to expect that a partial completion of the project would provide some benefits, and the entire project completion would provide more benefits.
And have you done that analysis on a phase-by-phase basis as proposed by the company?
I have not.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from MLA?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Milligan.
Hello?
My name is Paul Agathon, and I should tell you I'm representing clients who are all opposed to the Greenbelt project.
Okay.
Is it fair to say you've had considerable experience with MISO's transmission planning process?
Yes,
That even includes participation in MISO's resource adequacy subcommittee, correct?
that's correct.
Could you very briefly explain what is meant by MISO's base case in its transmission planning process and how the base case affects what new projects are approved or not approved?
The base case is, I'm not sure, which year are you talking about?
In any yearly cycle, doesn't MISO start off with a base case and go from there?
Right. The base case is reasonably close representation to what is happening today or what may be expected to happen in the future given the existing resources and the existing transmission.
Are you aware that MISO currently does not include the Greenbelt project in its base case for planning purposes?
Yes.
If MISO did include the Greenbelt project in its base case, would that affect the modeling results which determine which transmission projects will be approved for the next round?
Possibly, yes. I can't really conjecture, but that's very possible.
It's more than very possible. It's likely, isn't it? If you add in the Greenbelt case to the base case analysis.
Well, it's more complicated than that because it depends on the order in which the lines are added to the analysis and the order in which the lines are built. So I would say that, MISO's finding a benefit cost ratio of, well, let's round it, sort of in between, about 3.0. And that's for a tranche of transmission. So if you were to take out one line and put in Greenbelt Express, I don't know precisely what that value would be. If you simply added Greenbelt Express, then maybe those benefit cost ratios, I can't tell you the answer because the math is pretty complicated, but maybe it goes from 3.0 to 2.8 or 2.5.
But the addition of MISO would likely have some effect.
I would expect so, yes.
Thank you. On a different subject, could you turn, please, to page 3 of your rebuttal testimony?
Okay.
Beginning, I think, at line 15, you state that planning for reliability is a complex mathematical problem that uses various economic and reliability computer models to address the most cost-effective approach to reliability. Is that essentially correct?
That's correct.
In preparing your rebuttal testimony for this case, did you run any of those computer models using inputs related specifically to the Greenbelt project?
I did not. As I stated previously, I relied upon similar modeling done by the Department of Energy, some national lab studies, and MISO itself.
Relating specifically to the Greenbelt project?
I'm sorry, no, not specifically the Greenbelt project, but
Thank
The Grain Belt project has many similarities to both the DOE report calling for interregional transmission, which Grain Belt does, and also to MTEP, which is connecting, depending which line you're looking at, connecting SPP and MISA.
Could you turn please to page 4 of your rebuttal testimony?
Okay.
In the middle of the page,
Okay.
you include a quotation from a U.S. Department of Energy report, correct?
Yes,
That document's still in draft form, is it not, and out for public comment?
that's correct.
Has a final report been published by the DOE?
Not to my knowledge.
In that draft report, or is that draft report the same one you rely on beginning at page 5, line 9, through page 7, line 10 of your testimony?
I'm sorry, just checking. Yes,
Near the bottom of page 7 of your testimony, you quote a MISO report regarding the need for additional transmission, correct?
yes,
And MISO did address that problem in recently approving what's termed its Tranche 1 projects, did it not?
I believe that's true.
Don't some of the final Tranche 1 projects in effect serve some of the same purposes as the Grain Belt project?
I believe so.
And
Subject to check, yes.
isn't it true that MISO is in the process of reviewing another set of new transmission lines in its Tranche 2 analysis?
Yes,
On a different subject, could you turn please to page 10 of your rebuttal?
okay, and there.
Starting at line 1, you state that if adding new transmission reduces operating costs by $1 million per month, that is the gross operational benefit of the new line. Is that essentially correct?
Yes,
And that statement doesn't factor in the cost of building the new line, does it?
that's correct.
Without factoring in all of the costs of the line, you can't say that every addition to the transmission system will be cost beneficial, can you?
Well, no, you can't say everything is cost beneficial. This line, my testimony was included to indicate that this is an example of how you would get a benefit from a transmission line and how you calculate the gross benefit. So this does, in fact, recognize that we're not including cost in this, and somewhere else we have to do the cost calculations, and that's what MISO does in the MTEP studies.
Fair enough. In order to make that determination of whether a line's cost beneficial or not, you'd need to employ the computer models you mentioned at page 3, lines 15 to 17 of your testimony, would you not?
That would be the most detailed and probably the best way to do it, yes.
At page 10 of your rebuttal, starting at line 13, you state as follows: MISO shows how proposed new transmission lines can be strategically located in weak areas of the grid, thereby alleviating the congestion and eliminating the curtailment of wind. Is that generally correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And those are the issues which MISO addressed in approving its Tranche 1 projects and is looking to address in its Tranche 2 projects.
Yes.
On a different subject, at page 11 of your rebuttal, at lines 12 to 15, I believe you're saying that the cost of wind curtailment in MISO for the first 7 months of the year resulted in curtailment costs of nearly $11 million. Is that correct?
Yes.
First, what year are you talking about there?
I'm sorry, I lost the line number you're looking at.
Page 11, lines 12 to 15.
I'd have to refresh my memory. I believe that was 2021, but I would need to check that.
Or close to that year at least.
Yes, close to that year.
The $11 million of curtailment cost does not factor in any of the costs of building the transmission, which would eliminate those curtailment costs, does it?
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. The $11 million of curtailment costs, which we just discussed, does not factor in any of the costs of building the transmission, which would eliminate those curtailment costs, does it?
I'm going to object
That's
to the
correct.
question. He's misstating the witness's testimony. He's actually sort of testifying for him. Mr. Milligan did not say anything about costs exceeding the curtailment costs.
Mr. Haggethan, can you restate your question?
Sure. We had already gone over the fact, and he agreed with this, that at page 11, lines 12 to 15, I believe you're saying that the cost of wind curtailment in MISO for the first 7 months of the year resulted in curtailment costs of nearly $11 million. And you generally agreed with that, right?
Is that directed to me?
Yes.
Yes, but I want to point out that my $30 per megawatt hour is an example, as I think the language makes clear. I know the number of megawatt hours that were curtailed. I did not look at the price differential, and so using $30 is a fairly conservative price between, for example, wind and gas, and of course gas prices fluctuate tremendously. So if the price differential was $30, then the curtailment cost would have been $11 million.
Okay. So I'll get back to my other original question, I guess. That $11 million you just mentioned of curtailment costs, that doesn't factor in any of the costs of building the transmission, which would eliminate those curtailment costs, does it?
I'm going to make the same objection. He has not testified to anything about eliminating those costs, those
Well,
benefits.
I think that was the question.
Well, he's asking and making an assumption. I think he can ask the question as to whether or not they would be offset, but he's assuming the answer in his question.
I don't think so, Your Honor.
Ask your question one more time, Mr. Haggethan.
The $11 million of curtailment costs that you just mentioned does not factor in any of the costs of building the transmission, which would eliminate those curtailment costs, does it?
And have you previously asked him if the costs are factored in? I missed if you did.
I think that's the question that's being objected to.
Well, I think the objection is that the question is basically two parts. Can you break it up and ask them?
Does the $11 million of curtailment costs factor in any of the costs of building the transmission?
No, that's part of the, if that curtailment can be alleviated, that would be part of the benefit. But that is the 30 million example, cost of curtailment, is not part of the cost of building the line.
30 or 11 million?
I'm sorry, 11 million.
Okay, thank you. Isn't it true that it's not generally considered to be cost-effective to build all of the transmission, which would be necessary to eliminate 100% of the cost of congestion?
Most likely not. I mean, there is a certain level of congestion that is, generally acceptable. I mean, it's sort of a cost benefit
Right.
study, and you might conclude, for example, and I'm making up the number, you might conclude that, we're willing to live with, 5% or, 10% congestion because the cost of alleviating that extra 5 or 10% with transmission may not be cost effective.
And isn't one purpose of the computer models that you mentioned at page 3 of your testimony to determine which transmission additions are and are not cost effective?
The models that you're referring to essentially will evaluate the cost effectiveness in the operation of this system. So if that's what you're asking me, I guess my answer would be yes.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to ask you.
Okay.
Turn to page 12 of your testimony. At lines 3 and 4, you state that the Grain Belt project would reduce congestion, correct?
Yes.
And then you discuss at lines 11 to 19, MISO's proposed transmission lines would also reduce congestion, correct?
Yes.
And then moving to page 12, line 13 of your testimony, you state that the benefit cost ratio of the new MISO lines ranges from 2.6 to 3.8. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as you explain, that means that for each dollar spent on these MISO transmission projects, there's a benefit ranging from $2.60 to $3.80. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are you aware of any studies which have calculated a cost-benefit ratio for Grain Belt utilizing the same general methodologies used by MISO?
I'm not aware of any specific Grain Belt analysis, but as I stated earlier, I'm aware of both the DOE study, which you're right is in draft form, which says that the highest value transmission is likely between SPP and MISO, and I'm aware that much of the MISO transmission need is also in that same region. So I would expect that, and you were asking me earlier, if MISO goes ahead and builds a bunch of other transmission, that the value of the Grain Belt Express may not fall in this range. I would be extremely surprised if the benefit cost ratio fell a lot lower. I mean, I cannot imagine that it would be a very small number. NREL, when I was at NREL, we started a very large transmission study called the SEAM study. And that SEAM study looked at an even larger scale build out of transmission. And my former friend and colleague Dale Osborne at MISO led a lot of the early MISO thinking about a very large grid. And I don't recall off the top of my head, but the SEAM study was looking at far greater transmission build out than we would get if you toss in Grain Belt Express with MISO's Tranche 1 and Tranche 2 for that matter. And the benefits are pretty dramatic.
But you haven't excuse me, go ahead.
No, I haven't calculated those.
Were you done?
I think so. Sorry about that. Yes.
It's all right. But you said you haven't calculated a cost-benefit ratio specifically for Grain Belt, right?
That's correct.
At page 15 of your testimony at line 6, you state that the Grain Belt line will undoubtedly pay for itself, correct?
I did.
Okay, we do have Grain Belt's estimates for the cost of the project, correct?
Yes.
Have you yourself performed an analysis which specifically attempted to quantify the benefits of the Grain Belt project?
No.
Did you quantify any of the net benefits resulting from any of the supposed advantages which you attribute to the Grain Belt project?
Not specifically to the Grain Belt project.
Thank
No.
you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anything from the ag associations?
No, Your Honor.
And Ms. Stimmy? Any questions from, and let me break this down, are there any questions from the commissioners here sitting beside me? Seeing none, are there any questions from the commissioners online?
I have a couple, Judge.
No questions.
Did I?
I would yield the chairman if he has questions.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Commissioner. This is Commissioner Root. Just one quick question. How would you define economic feasibility?
Inside joke, sir.
Okay, shall I answer that or no?
Oh, it's okay. Thank you for your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Holzman?
All right, thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Thank you for being willing to testify today. You talked to Mr. Agatha about congestion, and would you be able to specifically address whether this project would benefit Missouri by removing congestion? Can you answer that question in simple terms?
I'm struggling to see if I can answer it in simple terms. I can't for sure say that grain belt would result in a reduction in congestion. I would strongly suspect that it would.
Okay. Can you suggest or affirm, would it help address some of the negative, the indigo and purple pricing that we've seen in the SPP and MISO footprints?
I'm not specifically familiar with those.
All right. A significant modification for this project is to drop significantly more power and to do so at 2 points of interconnection. Can you speak to how this modification improves or brings greater value to Missouri utilities and their customers?
Generally, yes. I mean, there's going to be, more drop-off points, if you will, for the energy. And so any of that economic energy that's being shipped along Grain Belt Express now has an additional or two additional potential outlets. And so whenever the cost of energy from Grain Belt is advantageous for the customers in that area that are now getting access, that would be beneficial to them. The other really big benefit that nobody's asked me about is the resilience benefit of this line and large transmission generally. We saw with recent large storms that it's critical to have a large and a strong transmission backbone that connects you with the neighbors. And Grain Belt Express by itself is probably not enough per se, but neither is Tranche 1 of MISO build out is not quote unquote enough. And so what Grain Belt does, and sort of the ultimate build out, would connect all the way from Kansas, through SPP into MISO, drop off at the co-ops in Missouri, and on to PJM. So in a severe storm that might hit Missouri, you've got a lot of potential neighbors that you can draw on that you can't draw on today. And if Grain Belt is, in addition to some of the Tranche 1 lines that MISO built, so much the better. But we know that you've got to make the grid bigger than the storm if you want to weather the storm. No pun intended there.
And would you, in that same vein, agree that the bidirectional flow then would also be an important resiliency factor?
Sure, and my understanding is that has not the permitting has not been applied for, but I think even without that, if Missouri is in the middle of a big storm, and there is a risk to losing power, it's going to be all hands on deck. We don't care if there's an agreement. We don't want the grid to go down. And so you would have imports to the extent that they're physically possible, regardless of whether you've got some sort of a power purchase agreement from the other side or something like that. We saw that with the previous storms when power was flowing from, SVP to MISO or to PJM or back again, kind of depending on where the storm goes. And Grid Strategies did a really nice analysis that kind of shows the progression of where the storm is, the prices are high, you start importing from the neighbor. The storm moves, and then when you get out from underneath that storm, you can recover, and maybe you have some extra to send to the neighbor who is underneath the storm. So I think as we see more, extreme weather, whether it's from climate change or not, I think these big transmission lines are going to be critical in helping us to mitigate, or if we're lucky, to totally avoid these big grid blackouts that we've seen in the last few years. I'm sorry, that's more than you wanted.
No, that's fine. Are you familiar with any utilities in Missouri facing generation capacity restraints?
I've not really evaluated that, so I can't answer that.
Okay. All right, my last question deals with your testimony that discusses what is referred to as a 1 in 10 or 1 day in 10 years loss of load expectation, or LOLE planning standard. Would the project improve Missouri's reliability and resource adequacy as it relates to that?
Yeah, pretty much any addition to the grid. This may be more than you want also, but typically, like when MISO is doing their resource adequacy study, they aim for a 1 day in 10 loss of load expectation. And colloquially, that means you drop load 1 day out of 10 years. There are some nuances around that we probably don't want to get into here. But when MISO does that, they're largely looking at their own footprint. And so now you have a transmission line that connects you into Kansas. And this loss of load, part of the term, is loss of load expectation, right? That loss of load is really a carryover from the utilities of the 1960s, when if I don't have sufficient resources in my own pocket, I will probably lose load. And so now the correct interpretation of loss of load, I don't know how you're going to make a good acronym out of this, but it would be the probability of emergency import from the neighbor, or something like that. And so whether the line would expressly increase MISO's 1 day in 10 LOL as they calculate it, I don't know, because that depends on how they would consider the Grain Belt Express and the resources that are being delivered. But in fact, physically, yes, it would increase the reliability of the Missouri system and MISO generally.
Okay, well, looking at that standard, given the volatility of weather and increasing extreme weather events, do you believe the 1 in 10 LOLE standard is the most appropriate planning standard? Is it still adequate given our current climate?
That's a big question. I believe that the 1 in 10 standard, I've never really seen any technical or economic justification for why we chose 1 day in 10. My theory is it's a nice round number. I don't know, but one of the difficulties with the way that we calculate the 1 day in 10 is that we typically don't have a good wide range. Let me restate that. We typically don't have a good long range weather record and a similar and consistent long-term demand pattern. And so if you take a look at any 10-year period, let's say the 10-year period that preceded Uri, I think we had another storm about 10 years before that, but just imagine that you have 10 years without a severe storm and you say, okay, I'm fine 1 day in 10, and then 1 year goes by and now all of a sudden Uri is on the horizon, and because of that large storm, you're not going to meet your 1 day in 10. And so I think the metric itself, yes, needs to be addressed, and I'm part of a task force with ESIG, the Energy Systems Integration Group, that we've called for better reliability measures, and the sort of the companion piece that we're calling for is that we need good, better, long data sets that capture the weather so that we can do a better job of evaluating what happens with Uri. Is Uri going to throw me out of a 1 day in 10 and throw me into a 1 day per year, or who knows, even worse? And we want to be sure that we build the system to protect for that. And a big transmission line, or a collection of big transmission lines, is one of the best ways to guard against those kinds of things, because Uri may be a 1 day in 20 event, but you look at the tremendous costs. I mean, even to loss of life, but all the tremendous costs. And as a ratepayer, I'm not real excited about paying for my electricity or transmission either. But I'd rather pay a little extra for transmission as an insurance policy, so that if I can meet, or MISO can meet the 1 day in 10 this year, I would really like them to be able to meet the 1 day in 10 next year when we have Uri version 2.0 or something like that.
I think this project has black start capabilities, assistance. Do you think that if the grid went down completely and we had to black start, do you think Dodge City, Kansas could, fire up mid-mo?
That's beyond my technical capabilities. I know that black start is a huge technical problem. Just doing a black start, you don't see experiments with how to do black start very often, because it's it's hard, but B, you don't want to subject the grid to outage. So I have no idea how to answer your question. Black starts generally are going to be very, very difficult. So we want to avoid those at all cost.
Well, I appreciate you taking time today, Judge. That is all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commission questions? Okay, I have a list of questions to ask you myself, and some of these are kind of lengthy, so if you don't understand, ask me to repeat.
Okay.
So let's start with on page 5 of your rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
You refer to the Department of Energy National Transmission Needs Study, draft for public comment, which was issued on February 2023. You state on lines 12 to 14, the Grain Belt Express connects the plains with the Midwest, which is one of the highest value pair of regions to connect, according to the DOE study. Can you explain what's meant by this statement?
Yes. I think it's unfortunate that the DOE report drew their own set of regions, and you can see that on page 11 of my, page 6 of my testimony. And unfortunately, none of those correspond directly to the market areas like SPP and MISO and so on. However, the Plains area is generally SPP, and the Midwest is generally MISO. And so my statement is stating that the Grain Belt Express would connect the Plains, read that as SPP, with the Midwest, read that as MISO. And the highest value pair of regions to connect means that primarily from congestion, but also by being able to deliver more economic energy and alleviate some of the price differentials that are already in Missouri today. I think in particular Southeast Missouri. This would be an example of a line that would have the highest benefit to build. Now, whether it's Greenbelt Express or another similar line, it sort of doesn't matter as far as what the DOE is saying. They're saying that a line or a network of lines that connects these areas would be among the most important lines to build in the country.
Thank you. On page 54 of the DOE study, that's Schedule MM3 to your rebuttal, it states, additionally, HVDC connections that span interconnection seams enable generation from renewables to be shared more readily between interconnections, which makes renewable generation less variable and more reliable. Do you agree with that statement?
Yes, I do.
And can you explain that?
Yeah, the U.S. power system is broadly divided into three synchronous regions, and what synchronous means is that we have alternating current. It's alternating a little bit differently in the West than it is in the East, and differently than Texas. And so, in order to connect, for example, the mountain region that the DOE looked at to the plains region, you would generally need to do some sort of a conversion from the AC electricity in the West to the AC on the plains. And the only practical way to do that is by building a DC tie of some sort, or a DC line, so that you take the AC on one side and you take the alternating current basically out, you convert it to a direct current, and then at the other end you convert it back to an alternating current that matches the frequency characteristics of the receiver. And so that's kind of a complicated way of saying that there are certain points in the US that if you want to connect them together, you have to go through this DC conversion process. But at the end of the day, that process really isn't, electrically it's different, but it allows me to connect more regions more broadly if I have that DC interface than I could without the DC. And so, for example, Grain Belt Express, if it were an AC line and it connected from Kansas, and if it wanted to try to connect into Colorado, for example, it wouldn't really be able to do that without some sort of a DC interface to get there. And with the DC interface, you could, in theory, you could take Grain Belt Express and extend it from, Utah to Indiana, but you would have to go through some DC conversion to go that far. And there are some other issues like losses and other things you'd have to worry about as well.
Okay, thank you. The DOE study executive summary provides general transmission need comments by region. Western Missouri is included in the Plains region, and as we were just discussing, and Central and Eastern Missouri are included in the Midwest region. On page Roman numeral 9 of the executive summary, among a list of various needs, the DOE states, a Plains region need is increased transfer capacity between Plains and its neighbors on all sides, including across both interconnection seams. Do you agree with that statement?
Yes.
And on page Roman numeral 10 of the executive summary, among the list of various Midwest region needs, it states that the need is improved system reliability and resilience, and it lists 3 bullet points there. Do you follow that?
Sorry, I just lost my copy of that. If you could bear with me, or else you can read it to me and I'll get it.
I can read it. It's kind of lengthy, but I can read it.
Could you just give me a second and I'll get that? I had it pulled up and somehow it's I apologize for that.
Did you find it?
Yes, it's coming up as we speak. I'm not having very good technology luck today, I'm afraid. Okay, I've got this idea. Could you remind me of the page number?
Yes, it's Roman numeral 10 of the executive summary under Midwest. It's the Midwest region needs, and the first one is improve system reliability and resilience. And then under that are 3 bullet points. And I guess I should have just gone ahead and read it out loud for people that don't have the report right in front of them. So it's the first bullet point is Mid-Continent Independent System Operator, or MISO's Renewable Integration Impact Assessment shows that the MISO transmission system maintains reliability up to 30% renewable energy generation without significant additional operational support. Accordingly, the effort required to plan for, support, and operate new resources reliably as they are integrated with the grid substantially increases at renewable penetration levels beyond 30% of an annual load served. Transmission infrastructure must ensure reliable operations when more than 40% renewable energy is incorporated in the MISO territory. The second bullet point is the MISO region was unable to import additional capacity during the February 2021 cold weather event, negatively impacting resource adequacy. Increased bidirectional transfer capabilities can improve system reliability during extreme weather events. And the third point is generation retirements in MISO could result in capacity shortfalls as early as 2024. And my question is, do you agree with those statements?
Yes, I do. I've not carefully evaluated the last bullet talking about the reliability and the capacity shortfalls, but I know that that's been a concern of MISO, so I would say that with that possible caveat, yes, I agree with that.
Okay, thank you. Do you know if the DOE National Transmission Needs Study may be used to possibly select national transportation or transmission corridors?
I can't answer that for sure, but I think that, typically when the DOE comes out with a large report such as this one, and they had a lot of experts, a lot of, technical review. Once it is finalized, which I expect it will be in largely the same form it's in today, a lot of folks in the grid industry the power system industry will take this as not as a recipe book necessarily, but as sort of a general guide for, this is one of the few national studies that have looked at transmission and the problem that's before us. And I think MISO at some point said, things are moving so fast that we need transmission planning to move at least that fast. And I think that these points in the DOE study draft are kind of saying the same thing. MISO can get to 30%, MISO said that, without any significant changes. But once we start getting much above that to 40%, we're going to need transmission, which actually provides a lot of flexibility in power system operations. It provides, the resource adequacy that's discussed here on the page in front of us, and can help with resilience. So the transmission, I think, in the U.S. is going to be critical. It can help with MISO's capacity shortfalls if those do turn out to be, happen. Greenbelt Express isn't going to be done by 2024, but in the future, as resources are retiring within MISO, a stronger transmission connection outside of MISO will help with that. And the utilities in Missouri, for example, can either go under contract, with the power purchase agreement, or otherwise, secure cost-effective resources to the extent they're available in regions that would not otherwise be accessible without not only just Greenbelt Express, but without this stronger national grid that I think DOE is really calling for.
Okay,
I'm not sure, did I answer your question?
You,
I
you
talked
did.
a lot, but
You did. I thank you. On page 5 of the study, it cites to section 216A2 of the Federal Power Act with the further detail in footnote 10.
I'm sorry, are we on the
Page 5.
page 5 of the study? Okay.
And then it's got, it lists the statutory section in footnote 10. Are you familiar with the Federal Power Act and this section 216A2?
Not specifically. I mean, I'm vaguely aware that it exists. I don't know the details of what it says.
Are you familiar with the term National Interest Electric Transmission Corridor, or NIETC?
Generally, I don't know the specifics.
Can you tell me generally what that is?
Well, all I know about it is that it's a transmission corridor that has some sort of national interest. I believe that conveys it sort of special status, but beyond that, I don't really know what the implication of being designated an NIETC is.
Okay. I'm skipping some of my questions based on that answer, so hang on just a minute.
Okay.
You mentioned that Missouri utilities would have a broad access to projects when they issue all source procurements. This is on your rebuttal at page 17. And receive additional resource adequacy benefits.
Yes.
Must a utility utilize a capacity expansion model when performing their IRP analysis in order to achieve that outcome?
Generally, yes. Yeah, you want to see how the new resource or potentially new resources are going to affect your system. So yeah, you would probably do something like that, and it would most likely be through the IRP.
And would any other kind of model suffice, like a production cost model or a network reliability model?
Probably all of the above. I mean, if we're looking at the loss of load expectation, and there's various metrics that can be derived from that, those can be calculated by a production cost model. They can also be calculated by a more focused reliability model, a loss of load probability model, as it's called. But you also need to know whether the resource in question, you're thinking about building or contracting for, whether the energy is going to be deliverable. And that's not just a yes or no answer. It's a, how often am I expecting congestion? Do I need to build my own transmission line to get there? All of those kinds of things. So to answer your question, I guess all of those models would be useful in figuring out, trying to anticipate what the impact of that future resource or group of resources would be. And that's true whether they're in your region or if you're trying to, contract with your resource that's far away in Kansas or something like that.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you for your patience there.
Thank you. And I attest that I do have a coat and tie on, even though you can't see me.
We could see you earlier.
Fair enough.
Is there any further cross-examination based on questions from the commissioners or myself from MEC?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Associated Industries?
No, Judge, thank you.
Renew Missouri?
No, thank you.
Clean Grid Alliance?
No, thanks.
Grain Belt?
No questions.
Public Counsel?
Thank you, no.
Staff?
Yes, Judge. Mr. Milligan, this is Travis Pringle from staff again.
Hello?
Are you aware of how Missouri utilities in MISO responded to Storm Uri in terms of whether they needed to import capacity?
Not specifically, no.
And then also, you mentioned about the Grain Belt Express not being done by 2024. Are you aware of any additional generation being constructed for MISO that could more quickly address any future shortfalls?
I'm not aware of anything. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but I'm just not aware of it.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Thank you. Anything from MLA?
No questions, Your Honor.
Ag Associations?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Stimmy? Is there any redirect from Sierra Club?
No, thank you.
All right, then that concludes your testimony, Mr. Milligan. Appreciate your being available. You may
Very
be
good.
excused.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rubenstein.
Thank
I
you.
guess that brings us to our next witness on the list is Ms. Stimmy. I'm not sure, Ms. Stimmy, you didn't file any pre-filed testimony, correct? That's correct. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
A rebuttal.
Oh, you did file, okay.
Yep.
Well, then I would ask you just to come forward. Since you're representing yourself, if you want to just take the witness stand, and I'll ask you what I would normally ask, or the counsel would normally ask their witness about your testimony, and then we can get that admitted. And I'll go ahead and swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and the whole truth?
Yes,
Thank you. Sorry, I'm a little thrown off by this situation.
might be thrown off with you.
So, you did file rebuttal testimony,
I did.
and we pre-marked that as Exhibit 950. Did you have any corrections you needed to make to your testimony?
No, ma'am.
And can you pull that microphone down just a little
Sure.
there? Thank you. Are the answers in your testimony or the testimony you provided still true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, Judge.
And if you were to just give that testimony today, would you state the same?
I would, yes.
Right. Would you like to offer Exhibit 950 to be admitted into the record?
I have it with me. I didn't bring it up here, but I can,
Oh, that's fine. It was pre-filed, so we have it in
Okay.
the electronic form, which is sufficient.
okay,
But would you like to offer that?
yes.
Then would there be any objection to Exhibit 950 coming into the record? Seeing none, then I will receive that into the record.
Okay, thank you.
Would there be any cross-examination of Ms. Stimmy? Didn't see any. Are there any commission questions for Ms. Stimmy? Yes, Commissioner Kolkmeyer? Did you have?
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes. So what you filed with the commission, was that basically the testimony you gave in Mexico at the local public hearing?
No, it's not.
It's different?
It is different,
Okay.
yes.
We'll have to take a look at that then.
All right,
Okay. Thank you very much.
thank you.
Were there any other commission questions?
Mr. Commissioner Colmeyer.
Oh, Yes, okay. Yeah. Were there any commission questions online?
No questions, Judge.
No, thank you, Judge.
Thank you. I don't have any questions for you either, Ms. Stemmy, so we appreciate your participation, and
Thank you very much.
you may be excused.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't allow recross based on Commissioner Kolkmeyer's question. You- All right, then, we are up to MEC's witness. Would this be another good place to take a short break before we start MEC's witnesses? Yes? Let's just take a 10-minute break, and then maybe we can get through quite a bit when we get back. So let's go ahead and go off the record. you ready? Let's go ahead and go on the record. Okay, we are back. We are ready for MEC's first witness.
MEC calls John Twitty to the stand.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give at this hearing will be the truth?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Thank you. If you could spell your name for the court reporter.
JOHNTWITTY.
And when you're ready, Ms. Whipple.
Mr. Twitty, for the record, would you give us your business address, please?
2200 McGuire Boulevard, Columbia, Missouri, 65201.
And who is your employer?
Missouri Public Utility Alliance.
What is your position at the Missouri Public Utility Alliance?
I'm the president and CEO.
Mr. Twitty, did you cause rebuttal testimony and related schedules to be filed in this case on April 19th, 2023 on behalf of the Missouri Joint Municipal Electric Utility Commission doing business as the Missouri Electric Commission?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And for the record, we have marked your rebuttal testimony in schedules JT1 through JT11 as Exhibit 700. And so I'll ask you, to the best of your knowledge, are the responses that you gave to the questions in that testimony, are they true and accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
And if today here I asked you the same questions that were set forth in that pre-filed testimony, would your answers today be the same as the answers you gave in that rebuttal testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I move for the admission into the record of Exhibit 700.
And Exhibit 700 contains confidential information, highly confidential information, and highly confidential competitive information. Is that correct?
No, Your Honor, there is a public version, and there is a highly confidential competitive version.
Okay.
And that, of course, is marked 700 HCC.
Very good. All right. Is there any objection to Exhibit 700 and including 700 HC-C? Seeing no objection, I will admit that into the record.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I tender this witness for cross-examination.
Is there any cross-examination by Associated Industries?
No questions, Judge.
Sierra Club?
Your Honor, this is Ethan Thompson appearing on behalf of Sierra Club, which has no questions.
Renew Missouri?
No, thank you.
Clean Grid Alliance?
No questions.
Grainbelt?
No questions.
Public Counsel?
Thank you, no.
Staff?
No questions, Judge. Thank you.
Missouri Landowners Alliance?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Hello, Mr. Twitty.
Hi, Mr. Agathon.
How do you do?
Good. How are you?
Great. The last Greenbelt CCN case was concluded with the Commission's report and order on remand back in March of 2019, more or less, right?
Yes, sir.
At that point, more than 4 years ago, MEC had agreements with its members to buy 136 megawatts of capacity, which MEC had purchased from Greenbelt. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Agathon, can you move your mic down just a little? There you go. Thank you.
You're welcome. You had the right to purchase up to 200 megawatts under your contract, right?
Correct.
Could you turn, please, to page 3 of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, sir.
At lines 13 to 14, you state that you expect that other MEC members will also choose to buy capacity on the Greenbelt line, correct?
Correct.
Subsequent to the order in the last case that we just mentioned, which was issued in 2019, How many of these other members have you spoken with about buying capacity on the Grain Belt line through MEC?
Mr. Atkinson, that's probably a better question for Mr. Grotzinger, who is going to follow me, but I am aware there are a number of our members who also have expressed interest.
So you have spoken to a number of other members,
That's correct.
but none have bought any capacity at this point.
I don't believe there's any agreement at this time. Again, Mr. Grotzinger would be able to answer that better.
In addition to the cost of the capacity of the Grain Belt line and the cost of energy, approximately how much would a city like Hannibal, for example, need to pay to wheel the power from the Grain Belt delivery point to the city of Hannibal?
Again, that would be a question better answered by Mr. Grotzinger.
With that, I have no more questions.
Thank you. Is there anything from the agricultural associations?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Stimmy? Are there any commissioner questions for Mr. Twitty?
Thank you, Judge.
All right, then, I don't have any questions. Is there any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Mr. Twitty, that concludes your testimony. You may
Thank you,
be
Judge.
excused. You may call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. MEC calls Rebecca Atkins to the stand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give at this hearing will be the truth?
I do.
Thank you. If you could spell your name for the court reporter.
It's Rebecca Atkins, REBECCA-ATKINS.
And whenever you're ready, Ms. Whipple.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Atkins, for the record, would you give us your business address, please?
Yes, it is 2200 McGuire Boulevard, Columbia, Missouri, 65201.
And who is your employer?
Missouri Public Utility Alliance.
And what is your position at the Missouri Public Utility Alliance?
I am the Chief Markets Officer.
Ms. Atkins, did you cause rebuttal testimony and related schedules to be filed in this case on April 19th, 2023 on behalf of the Missouri Joint Municipal Electric Utility Commission doing business as the Missouri Electric Commission?
Yes, I did.
And for you to know and for the record, your rebuttal testimony and schedules RA1 through RA3 have been marked as Exhibit 701. To your knowledge, Ms. Atkins, are the responses that you gave to the questions in that pre-filed testimony true and correct?
Yes, they are.
And if today I asked you those same questions that were set forth in your pre-filed testimony, would your answers today be the same as the answers you gave in that rebuttal?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for admission into the record, Exhibit 701.
Would there be any objection to Exhibit 701?
Your Honor, I might have an objection. I'd like to ask the witness a few questions which would form the basis, in part at least, of the objection.
Okay, go ahead.
Your Schedule RA3 consists of a 22-page study compiled by a firm named the Energy Authority, or TEA, is that correct?
That is correct.
What's the name of the person that authored that study?
It was done by a group of the consultants there.
Are they here today?
No, they're not.
So no one from the TEA who is directly involved in compiling the study is here?
No.
Your Honor, I'd like to object then to the admission into evidence of Schedule RA3, which is the 22-page study prepared by the Energy Authority. and also the testimony which references that study in the direct testimony, I guess rebuttal testimony, at page 3, line 20 to 23, and page 7, line 9 over to page 8, line 1. And I've got 3 grounds for the objection. First, that study amounts to hearsay. Second, no foundation has been laid for the inclusion of that study in the testimony I just mentioned, excuse me. And finally, the individual who authored the study is not even here to support it.
Ms. Whipple, did you have a response?
I do, Your Honor, and I think for expediency, I'll make my response also, if Your Honor please, I'll make my response also cover the very same exhibit, which will be also attached to the pre-filed testimony, and of course the testimony here of my next witness, Mr. John Grotzinger. And so for the record, we're talking about the Energy Authority study, also called the T study, which is Schedule RA3 to Ms. Atkins' pre-filed testimony, and it will be Schedule JG14 to Mr. Grotzinger's pre-filed testimony, and here is my legal response. I would refer, Your Honor, to Missouri Revised Statutes 490.065, which governs the admissibility of expert witness opinion testimony. And I would refer, Your Honor, specifically to subsection 1(3), which I'm happy to read. Do we have feedback? Oh, I'm sorry.
It's muted. Go ahead.
Okay. This is, the title of this statute is Expert Witness Opinion Testimony Admissible. And subsection 3 provides that, quote, the facts or data in a particular case upon which an expert bases an opinion or inference may be those perceived by or made known to him at or before the hearing, and must be of a type reasonably relied upon by experts in the field, informing opinions or inferences upon this subject, and must be otherwise reasonably reliable. I would also refer to subsection 2.2 of the same statute, and it provides that evidence is admissible, and now I'm quoting, an expert may base an opinion on facts or data in the case that the expert has been made aware of or personally observed. If experts in a particular field would reasonably rely on those kinds of facts or data informing an opinion on the subject, they need not be admissible for the opinion to be admitted. Both Ms. Atkins and Mr. Grotzinger testified in their pre-filed testimony that they found the TEA study to be reasonably relied upon by experts in the field performing the work that they do every day. And so I would say that Mr. Agathon's objection is not lawfully grounded.
Thank you. Mr. Agathon, did you have any additional response?
I do not, Your Honor.
If you'll give me just a moment. Are there going to be cross-examination questions of this witness other than related to this attachment?
Very brief.
Can I get you to go ahead, and would it throw anybody off to go ahead and do those while I consider the objection?
It wouldn't bother me, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go ahead and do that for now.
And my only question, Judge, also will be about the T study.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Agathan.
Hello, Ms. Atkins. If you could turn to, please, to page 3 of your rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
At lines 15 to 16, you state that in addition to the 5 municipal systems which have already contracted to take power from the Greenbelt line, it is likely that other MEC members will also choose to participate. Is that essentially correct?
That is true.
Your Honor, just one moment, if I could object just to the mischaracterization of her testimony. I think it may have just been a misspoken word. It's not 5 municipal systems, it's 35 members of the MOPEP pool plus 4 additional municipalities. Might have been a misstate.
Mr. Agathan, were you?
I was grouping a number of municipal systems that they bought power for. I think it's called, what, MOPEP, plus 4 other municipal systems. So whatever the number that she said is probably correct.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Do you remember what I just said, characterizing your testimony? Is it essentially correct other than the clarification that was just made?
Yes.
Since the conclusion of the last CCN case in early 2019, how many municipal systems do you think you've spoken with about taking power from the Greenbelt line, other than those that already have signed contracts?
Like Mr. Twitty, I will defer that question to Mr. Grotzinger. Thank you.
Judge, that's all I have other than a few questions dealing with that study.
Okay. And when staff said that you were talking about Mr. Grotzinger's, your questions for Mr. Grotzinger?
Mr. Grotzinger has it as well. It's just well, currently you're ruling the objection. If it's not let in, I'll have no questions. But if it's let in, I'll have one question about that study for regular cross. I kind of jumped ahead
I'm
of
sorry,
myself.
I forgot I got out of order with Mr. Agathan.
Yep, same
his
thing when I
objection.
jumped in, like, wait a minute, we're still waiting on an objection. That's my bad.
No, not at all. Were there any other, was there going to be any other cross-examination of this witness?
I would have very few questions dealing either directly or indirectly with the study that we're talking about.
Okay. But no one else has any other objections?
Objections or questions?
I'm
Judge?
sorry, questions. Well, does anyone have any other objections?
I, depending on what ruling you make with this document, I might have a question or two, or I might not.
Okay. But they're dependent on the T study.
They're dependent upon your ruling with respect to the T study.
Okay. Okay. Well, I need just a minute to actually read this statute and look at the testimony. So I'm going to take just a 5-minute pause and go off the record. You can go back on the record. Okay, we're back on the record. I apologize for that little hiatus. But I wanted a chance to actually focus on that. I'm going to overrule the objection and allow the attachment. Do you have any other objections, Mr. Atkinson?
Not to that, no.
Okay.
No objections at all, other than the one I just made.
Okay. Are there any other objections to Exhibit 701? Then I will admit Exhibit 701. And, but before we move further, that exhibit, or that schedule attached to the exhibit says several times, confidential and proprietary. That is not, in fact, confidential and proprietary.
No, it's okay, Your Honor. That's, that has to do with the arrangement. The TEA and MEC often do business together. TEA has previously done studies for MEC. It's part of MEC's business. And so that's part of the agreement between them. But I assure you, in our agreement, TEA has, for purposes of this litigation, given us a written waiver that we could provide this information to you and all the parties here.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Just wanted to clarify that. All right. I don't want to take things too out of order, so I'll just go ahead and start back and come back to you, Mr. Atkinson, on the cross-examination. I'm going to start back at the top of the list. So is there any cross-examination by Associated Industries?
No questions, Judge. Thank you.
Sierra Club?
No questions, Your Honor.
Renew Missouri?
No questions, thank you.
Clean Grid Alliance?
No questions, thanks.
Grain Belt?
No questions.
Public Counsel?
Thank you, no.
Staff?
Yes, Judge. Good afternoon, Ms. Atkins.
Good afternoon.
And just to be clear, this Schedule RA3, the T study, this is the entirety of the study that you have had the chance to review?
That is correct.
You have not reviewed any work papers associated with the study?
I was involved in conversations when we were developing the assumptions, but this is the final product.
But no work papers of your own for this?
I do not know.
Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Mr. Atkinson?
Your Honor, I had already asked questions not related to the T study, so I have nothing further.
Okay. Is there anything from the Ag Associations?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Stimmy? No questions. Are there any questions for Ms. Atkins from the commissioners?
No questions, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you, Judge.
Thank you, commissioners. All right, I don't see any questions from the commissioners, and I don't have any questions. Is there any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Well, Ms. Atkins, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
You may be excused. I feel like I took up most of your time. You may call your next witness.
MEC calls John Grotzinger to the stand.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give at this hearing will be the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may proceed, Ms. Whipple.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Grotzinger, for the record, would you please give us your business address?
2200 McGuire Boulevard, Columbia, Missouri, 65201.
And who is your employer?
Missouri Public Utility Alliance.
What is your position at the Missouri Public Utility Alliance?
I am Chief Electric Operations Officer.
Mr. Grotzinger, did you cause rebuttal testimony and related schedules to be filed in this case on April 19th, 2023, on behalf of the Missouri Joint Municipal Electric Utility Commission, doing business as the Missouri Electric Commission?
I did.
And for the record, I will tell you and the record that your rebuttal testimony and schedules JG1 through JG14 have been marked as Exhibit 702. And so I would ask you, to the best of your knowledge, are the responses that you gave in your pre-filed testimony true and accurate?
Yes, they are.
And if today I asked you the same questions that were set forth in your rebuttal testimony, would your answers today be the same as the answers you gave in your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, they would.
Your Honor, I move for admission into the record, Exhibit 702.
And again, is that with highly confidential competitive information?
Yes, there is a public version and there is a highly confidential competitive version, just those two.
Would there be any objection to Exhibit 702?
Yes, Your Honor. Basically the same objection that I just lost, but I think I have to make a record here.
I agree.
So I'm objecting to the admission of Schedule JG14, which is that T study, and also the testimony of Mr. Grotzinger, which references that study. That would be his rebuttal testimony at page 9, line 17, through page 13, line 20. And the objection is on the same grounds as I had raised earlier.
And Ms. Whipple, same response?
Same response, Your Honor, thank you.
And are there any other objections? Then I will overrule the objection and I will admit Exhibit 702, including 702HC competitive.
And Your Honor, I tender the witness for cross-examination.
Let me just open it up. Is there any cross-examination for Mr. Grotzinger? Staff, MLA?
I have questions, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll start with staff.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Grotzinger.
Afternoon.
And similar to what I asked Ms. Atkins, did you review or contribute to any work papers with the T study?
No. Same
Th-
answer.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Judge.
And Mr. Agathan?
Thank you, Your Honor. Hello, Mr. Grotzinger.
Hello.
MEC's contract with Grainbelt allows MEC to purchase up to 200 megawatts of firm capacity rights on Grainbelt, right?
That's correct.
And MEC currently has contracts to sell a total of 136 megawatts of that capacity.
That's also correct.
That's the same amount of capacity to the same municipal systems which MEC had contracts with at the conclusion of the last CCN case, right?
Yes.
And the report and order on remand was issued in that case in March of 2019.
Yes.
Mr. Grotzinger, can you point toward the microphone? Thank you.
Yes, it's the same.
The commission stated in its order at page 12, paragraph 22 in the last case that Mudgmuck, now MEC, has 68 municipal utility members. Is that still approximately correct?
I believe the number is 72, but yes, that's approximately correct.
So over the last 4 years, the MEC has not signed a single contract to sell capacity to any additional municipal systems, correct?
No contracts have been finalized.
And none of the systems which you had a contract with back in 2019 has signed a contract to buy an additional amount of capacity. Is that correct?
No contracts have been signed yet.
So the answer is no.
No.
So that still leaves MEC with an additional 64 megawatts, if my math is right, which is not yet spoken for by any other municipal system in Missouri, correct?
That is correct currently.
Could you turn, please, to page 3 of your rebuttal?
Yes, sir.
At lines 20 to 22, you essentially say that you expect that other municipal systems will choose to buy at least some of the remaining 64 megawatts. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And then at page 11, strike that, page 6, lines 10 through 15, you also state that you believe that the Mid-Missouri Municipal Power Energy Pool and other MEC members near the AECI region might also consider purchasing some of the remaining capacity. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Subsequent to the close of the last case in 2019, how many municipal systems have you or someone else with MEC spoken with about the possibility of buying some of that capacity from the Grain Belt line?
If you include the existing cities that are part of the original 136 and additional ones beyond that, roughly 55.
So 55 that you've spoken with since the last case?
That includes them in aggregate.
Right.
The MPEP being 14 cities in themselves, and then the 35 MOPEP in additional individual cities.
Is it fair to say that the entire 200 megawatts which MEC can purchase from Grain Belt was priced at what is called the first mover rate, and that amounted to only $1,167 per megawatt month?
That would be the case, yes.
That rate was clearly below market, was it not?
I think it's been asserted that it is.
You believe that to be true?
I do believe that's true.
And that same rate would apply to any sale by Grain Belt to MEC of the remaining 64 megawatts of capacity, is that correct?
That is correct.
And so far, no additional contracts have been signed by any municipal system to purchase any of this capacity at below market rates?
None of those have been finalized.
So the answer is no, they have
No.
not signed. Got two questions that were deferred to you.
Okay?
In addition to the cost of capacity from Grain Belt and the cost of energy, approximately how much, if any, would a city like Hannibal, for example, need to pay to wheel the power from the Grain Belt delivery point to the Missouri city of Hannibal?
In transmission charge, if they're taking service under network transmission service, that would be based on their load, and so there'd be no additional transmission costs beyond that.
So you could get it from the delivery point near the converter station to Hannibal with no additional charge?
Not beyond what they're already paying for alternative supplies.
And that would apply to all the other municipal systems in Missouri?
Not all of those, but those inside those inside of MISO. Excuse me. Those inside of MISO and taking network service.
Understood. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anything from the ag associations?
Just briefly, Judge, Mr. Grotzinger, and there may not be, but do you know, has anybody, to your knowledge, ever done any analysis on the expected savings to the individual customer for any of the cities in MEC's pool? To the individual retail customer? Yeah. I am not aware of that. Okay. And I just so I'm clear, just to break that out a little bit, I mean, within that category of retail customers, there could be, I mean, businesses or individuals would fit in that category. Is that, you understand? That's how? That would be my understanding. Okay, and nobody, to your knowledge, has done an analysis for MEC or anyone else that would lay out a number of expected savings down to the individual retail customer level? No, we've done it on a city level, but not on a retail customer level. That's been left to the cities. Thank you.
Anything from Ms. Stemming? Are there any questions from the commission for Mr. Grotzinger?
No questions.
No,
Judge.
thank you, Judge. No, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, just one, please.
Go ahead.
Mr. Grotzinger, you recall that Mr. Agathan asked you a series of questions about the fact that there are 64 megawatts remaining unsubscribed or not under contract of the original 200 megawatts.
Yes.
Would you please explain to us, to your knowledge, why the remaining 64 megawatts are not already under firm contract?
A couple complications in that. One has been over the past several years, ongoing activity in the legislature for potential threats to this had made it less than a urgent priority to that. And then more recently, the fact that the interest by the number of cities has outstripped the 64 megawatts. So it's also a question of how to allocate that.
How to allocate it fairly?
How to allocate it fairly among our members.
Thank you. I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Grotzinger. You may be excused. Are there any other MEC witnesses?
No, Your Honor, that concludes our evidence. Thank you.
Very good. I believe then we are down to our very last witness. Renew Missouri.
Thank you, Judge. Renew Missouri calls James Owen.
Mr. Owen is making his way. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give at this hearing will be the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may go ahead with your witness.
Thank you. Mr. Owen, will you please state your full name for the record?
My name is James Matthew Owen, last name Owen.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am employed as the Executive Director and Officer of Renew Missouri Advocates Incorporated.
Did you prepare and cause to be pre-filed surrebuttal testimony that has been marked as Exhibit 800?
I did.
Do you have any changes that you would like to make to your testimony at this time?
I do not.
If I were to ask you those same questions today, would your answers be substantially the same?
I would. They would.
And are all of, great. Are all of those answers true and correct to the best of your information, knowledge, and belief?
To the best of my knowledge and belief, yes, they are.
At this time, I would like to offer Exhibit 800 into evidence.
Would there be any objection to Exhibit 800? Seeing none, I will admit Exhibit 800.
Thank you, and I tender Mr. Owen for cross-examination.
Is there cross-examination from MEC?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Associated Electric?
Associated
Sorry,
Industries has
Associated Industries?
no questions, Judge. Thank you.
I really want you to be the cooperative before we're done here. Sierra Club?
No questions, Your Honor.
Clean Grid Alliance?
No questions, thank you.
Grain Belt?
No questions.
Public Counsel?
Thank you, no.
Staff?
No questions, Judge. Thank you.
Missouri Landowners Alliance?
Just a couple, Your Honor.
You told me one earlier, Mr. Agathan.
Well, I misspoke, I think. At line, or page 10, I guess, of your testimony, at line 16 to 18, you rely on the testimony of Mr. Sonny and Ms. Stemme for the proposition that the amended project will deliver electricity into Missouri as well as other states within MISO. Is that essentially correct?
No, I think what I referred to their testimony was refuting it being just simply for economic development.
Are you saying that it will or will not, or don't you know whether the electricity will be delivered into states other than Missouri
Oh, no, I do know it will be delivered in other states.
and outside of MISO?
Within MISO and PGM footprints, yes.
What other states in MISO are you referring to there?
I believe it's going to go through Illinois. I believe that is that state is part of MISO.
What other states?
Well, the states plural was MISO and PJM. I wasn't referring to plural states for just MISO.
So you didn't have a list of MISO states other than Illinois?
I don't list any states.
I mean, today you don't have any other states.
I know right now currently that there is an effort to get Grain Belt Express to be a part of MISO, to be considered something that can put off there. But yeah, I mean, right now, to answer your question specifically, I was referring to states as plural from the states in MISO and PJM.
Okay, so again, you don't have any other states to name in MISO at this point.
Other than Illinois and Missouri, no, I do not.
Thank you. Sorry, Judge, a couple extra questions there.
It's quite all right. The Ag Associations,
No questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Stemming. Are there any questions for Mr. Owen from the commissioners?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, Commissioner Holzman?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Owen, for your testimony today. I talked earlier about the prospects of whether Grain Belt project would or would not relieve congestion. Can you speak to whether you believe that it will or not?
I believe one of the primary concerns, and I talked about this in my written testimony, that we must deal with, especially in dealing with access for the public, the Missouri public, for renewable energy, is that we do need more transmission. We need more projects. We need the ability to be able to deliver that. And so I do believe that that this project will be able to accomplish that reduction in congestion, yes.
In certain parts of RTOs, we see negative pricing indicated on the maps by deep blue or indigo. Do you believe that this transmission project will relieve some of that negative pricing?
I believe it can, yes.
All right, my final question is, if this project were to be built, do you believe that renewable energy generation projects that are not currently online today will be constructed and developed as a result of this transmission line specifically?
For this line specifically, I don't know if I can speak to any specific projects, but I do believe that the addition of any transmission projects that are delivering this kind of power to customers is going to open up generation, potentially exponentially, but certainly I think to where we need to be for several goals and several goals set forth by states, set forth by transmission organizations, set forth by other utilities. I believe that this will be able to be helpful for that, yes.
Okay, thank you. Judge, that's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, this is Commissioner Roop.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
At the risk of having the last question of the day here, I just wanted to ask, Mr. Owen, is it possible to get a refund on my electricity and energy I used watching the Banshees of Inisherin, which I believe was a movie recommended the last case you were here?
Commissioner, without violating any rules, if you need a refund, I'm happy to talk to you about that off the record.
Okay, and then if you can, my kids are still mad at me for making them watch that movie. So if you can figure out a way to remedy that, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. Never said your kids should watch that movie, just to be clear.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner. I hate to ask, but any recross based questions from the commission? I'm just going to throw it out to the group. Any recross? Not hearing any. Is there any redirect?
No, thank you, Judge.
Very good. Mr. Owen, you have the joy of being our last witness, and you are excused.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Okay. Well, I have a few housekeeping things and a couple of objections to rule on, and then we will make sure that everything has been admitted and talk about briefing schedules and that kind of stuff. So I will say to the commissioners and other people, the substance is pretty well done. So you, feel free to go about your business.
Judge, this is Commissioner Rupa. I
Yes.
just wanted to thank you for a very well-run hearing. I thought you were very, very firm, yet loving and professional with all the witnesses, and I thought you made the hearing run very smoothly, and I appreciate your professionalism.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the remarks. Thank
Judge,
you.
this is Commissioner Holzman.
Yes.
I also want to say that after 34 hours of technical testimony, our court reporter deserves a standing ovation for
This
being
is true.
able to, for hanging in there with everybody.
And she
thank
is
her. I wanna
receiving one.
I want to thank you for being objectively fair and running a great hearing, and all of the witnesses who took the time to present this very difficult and complicated and challenging subject matter. Thank everybody, and we'll do our best to make a good decision.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Judge, I will second the chairman's remarks, and thank you
Thank you.
for a job well done.
Well, it's my job, unfortunately, is only just beginning. But thank you. So, okay. So there's still a few outstanding objections, so I want to get to those. So I already took administrative notice of those reports and orders in the prior cases. I marked those and gave those exhibit numbers. I am not going to admit the whole record from the 2016 case. It is just too overly burdensome to this record to do so. Several witnesses have referred to it during their testimony, and there was adequate time to cross-examine on those issues as needed. So those objections, or that request to admit that is denied, and any objections contained to it are overruled. Then there was the matter of MLA's request to have, well, I'm going to get to that one last. Never mind. Let me back up.
Judge, and I'm sorry, but
Yes.
interrupt that line of thought, but just so I'm clear, the 2016 order, it is admitted, correct?
The order is admitted, the
Okay.
report and order on remand
Okay.
is admitted, but I am not bringing in all of the testimony transcripts.
I'm tracking, but if anybody cites the order, we're okay there in briefing.
Absolutely.
But I assume no one can cite the rest of the case other than the order in briefs?
There are multiple places where testimony, the pre-filed testimony has cited to that record. So that brings those portions that are cited as far as, I mean, I don't know that means that you can cite everything in a piece of testimony just because it was mentioned, but certainly that specific fact that that testimony is relying on is now in this record.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear, the parties are not allowed to cite in their briefs any part of the record other than what's been brought in through testimony.
I don't want to prejudge anything that you may cite in your brief. I'm going to want to give you guidance, but I don't want you not to make an argument that you were going to make because of something I said that might have been interpreted incorrectly. So I guess I'm saying if there's something you need to cite that wasn't already among the testimony and in the record, I don't think that's in evidence. If there's something that has been incorporated in the testimony before us in this proceeding, then I think you're free to cite to that. If you're in doubt, if it were me, I would cite it and wait for somebody to do a motion to strike.
Thank you for the clarification,
I
Judge.
am not encouraging motions to strike parts of briefs, but it happens. So, other outstanding objections I had or requests. Mr. Agathan had brought forward a request to add 2 admissions to the record. Grainbelt has objected to those admissions. Does Grainbelt still object to those admissions being part of this record?
We do, and we had an opportunity to review the case that was referenced by Mr. Agathan, and there are a couple of distinguishing circumstances from that case to this one. That was a jury trial between 2 individuals. There was a admission by a party opponent that was requested to be read to the jury, and the court there held that there is no valid objection to the reading of Rule 5901 admissions to a jury, and the justification was that for that is that the timing and manner of presentation of evidence, which is critical and vital to the the quote from that case was, many times it is the timing and manner of presentation of evidence which is critical and vital to the outcome of a litigant's case. Perhaps that is true in a jury trial, and perhaps that is fair when the party litigants are individuals who are presumably present. The admission here is not a jury trial, so the timing of this is not really, does not have an impact. And the admission is by an individual who is the vice president of transmission development for Invenergy, but was not a witness to this case. And so it's inappropriate to include that in the record with no opportunity to respond. The other issue that we have with this is that one of the admissions cross-references Grainbelt Express's response to MLA DR number G43 for clarification. And so the admissions are incomplete because we don't have the clarification.
And Mr. Agathan, do you know, was that DR number, it's MLA DR number G43, has that been admitted into this record at all?
No, I didn't see any need for it. If counsel for Grainbelt thought that it should be, then I think that was up to him.
Well, the response does refer to it as for clarification. And that's the only reason I really see to not allow these. I frankly I puzzled that the first one Grain Belt wouldn't just admit to, but
Number 6,
yes.
we can admit to that. Yes, his title and
Thank
name.
you.
Sure.
So and that is Mr. Brad, and how do you say his name? Panazek, P-N-A-Z-E-K, is the Vice President of Transmission Development for Invenergy. He is responsible, among other things, for the development of Grain Belt Express transmission line project. And the response was that Grain Belt admits that fact. So that is a fact now on the record.
Your Honor, I'd be happy to file as a late filed exhibit the answer to that and the question to the data request that's mentioned there.
Okay. I would be open to that. So maybe I will save the rest of this ruling for another day. Mr. Agathan, if you could supply that DR number G43 and answer, and I will let you all go ahead and make written arguments with regard to this. Mr. Agathan, if you could submit that within, can you do that by tomorrow, or can you do that by Monday?
By Monday.
Okay. If you will submit that by Monday, and if Grain Belt would file and any other party file any further response to why that should not be admitted, could you do that by Friday, next Friday?
Yes, that's no problem.
Okay. So, then I will have you do that, and I will save that one still for another day. You guys are giving me new evidentiary conundrums. Okay, so then there was a request. I have my notes in several different places, not very. There was a request to take administrative notice of Michael Skelly's direct testimony at page 14, lines 5 through 7 in the EA-2016-0358. There were objections to that, to taking administrative notice of that. Yes. I had objections from both Grain Belt and from MEC. And again, I know you are on a roll objecting, but is this really a fact that you're not just willing to admit?
You'll recall that we never got a copy. I can't even remember what we're talking about.
Okay, so it is, again, it's Michael Skelly's direct testimony from the EA-2016-0358 hearing, and I'll just pull it up so I can read it verbatim. But basically, it's that he says that in January of 2015, Grainbelt, or Invenergy rather, I think, held its initial solicitation.
It would not have been Invenergy. Invenergy did not own
Okay.
the
Let me just pull it up, and I'll just read it. Maybe. Okay. Michael Skelly's direct at page 14, lines 5 through 7 says, a strong need for the new service that will be provided by the project was demonstrated by the open solicitation process that Grainbelt Express held from January to March 2015, through which customers could subscribe for capacity on the project.
We can withdraw our objection for the admission of that statement.
And what about MEC?
Your Honor, our objection was procedural, not substantive, and so we'll defer to Grainbelt's choice on this. We just objected to snippets of testimony and the rule of completeness, but we'll follow suit. And if they're comfortable with it, we will be too.
Okay, or I can overrule your objection, and since I have already said we're not going to admit the whole record.
Yes.
And that was basically
Yes,
your objection.
that was basically my procedural concern. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, so MEC's objection is overruled, and Grainbelt's objection is withdrawn, and that those lines that I just read are admitted. Okay, and then the last one that I have that we haven't discussed was MLA also made a request for administrative notice of the direct testimony of Dr. Anthony Wayne Galli, Galli, at page 29, line 23 through page 30, line 5. And I'm trying to see, was that also in the EA 2016 case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is Your Honor thinking of reading that too?
Yes, I can. I'm looking at my notes, which seem to have made sense last night. Okay, yeah, let me pull that up real quick. So we're all on the same page. Okay, direct testimony of Dr. Anthony Wayne Golly, page 29, line 23 through page 30, line 5, says, MISO has designed the DPP process to prevent interconnection customers from entering the DPP and signing interconnection agreements until it is certain the customer's project will be built. Withdrawal of projects that enter the DPP process creates significant problems for MISO because future interconnection projects are modeled assuming projects in the DPP are built. Changing the assumptions causes study delays, additional study costs, and general uncertainty. And then the next sentence continues, but is cut off at the end of line 5, which says, considering all of this, including the need to coordinate with PJM. And it continues, but I don't think that was part of what Mr. Agathon was trying to admit. And this was during the testimony of Mr. Sane. So I guess first of all, I will ask if the objections are still in place.
Yes.
Okay.
And I would distinguish this snippet from the previous snippet. The previous snippet was a fact. This testimony is opinion. And so we object on due process grounds and the rule of completeness because this witness is not available to explain his opinion. He's not available for cross-examination, and it's an incomplete portion of the full record in the previous case.
And did you have anything else, Mr. Agathon?
I didn't, Your Honor, except to say that that piece of testimony from Mr. Golly was significant in my mind in response to Mr. Sonny's testimony about the complaint case at the FERC, which Invenergy filed against MISO. And that testimony from Mr. Golly basically supports MISO's position in that complaint case.
Well, I'm going to sustain these objections and not allow this testimony. There were significant other pieces of testimony, including an errata, which wasn't directly to this testimony, but so anyway, I'm going to sustain those objections and deny admission of that. Now, there was some questioning after that that I had said at the time was sort of in the manner of an offer of proof, and that can stay as an offer of proof. But frankly, I think it could stay regardless because the witness basically testified that he didn't know that much about the process, and he didn't really add anything to it. So, but anyway, that's the ruling on that. Were there any other outstanding rulings that I had not, besides the one we're holding still?
Can't think of any, Your Honor.
Excuse me?
I can't think of any, Your Honor.
I think that's everything. If you realize later that I missed something else, please bring it to my attention. We had a briefing schedule set, and I failed to pull it up here. Does anybody recall what oh no, I have it down here. Initial briefs are due on June 30th, and reply briefs are due on July 7th. I am hoping to, and our wonderful court reporter is hoping to have the transcripts done within the 10 business days. That is our usual. I will note that June 19th is a federal holiday, so that kind of lengthens the timing of the transcripts, but I know that Ms. Bench will work on them as quickly as possible. When I get those transcripts, those in-camera portions, I'm going to take a look at those and see if there's any of it that we can declassify to a lower level, and so I may be contacting the parties to see if that's possible before the official transcripts are filed, to try to make that as less confusing and as much public information as we can.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes.
Could I make a motion to extend the reply brief deadline to the following Friday, July 15th, or 14th, excuse me, just given that the week of the 7th is a holiday week, a shorter week, and it's only 1 week subsequent to the filing of initial briefs, unless parties have any objection to another week?
So you're saying July 14th?
Yes.
If Grainbelt wants to extend things, they are welcome to. But I will say that if you get an extra week, the commission may need an extra week for its decision. And while no promises are made on a decision date, the commission is aware that Grainbelt had requested a decision be made in early August. And I, for one, don't want to spend my whole summer on this case, so I would like to get you an order as quickly as the commission is able to. But anyway, I just wanted to say that if we extend briefing another week, then the commission is liable to need another week as well.
Yes, that's understood, and we certainly do want an order as quickly as possible, but not at the, we don't want to sacrifice a good written product just for
On
time's
either
sake.
end.
Correct.
Yes. Okay. That is fine if that's agreeable
Judge.
to the other parties. July 14th for reply briefs. All right. Is there anything else before I will do a notice listing out all of the exhibits that were admitted, and it'll list the ones that weren't admitted as well. So you can look for that in a few days, and hopefully, well, it may come out with the transcript.
Judge, do you have handy there the last exhibit in the 300 series?
Yes,
I think you added a few to it.
I did, and let me just go through those because those were probably the most confusing. So 300 was not admitted. 301 HC, 302, 303 was, yes, 304 is what I labeled the 2014 report and order. And I took official notice of that. 305 was not admitted, and that was the economic impact analysis. And then I marked the report and order on remand in the 2016 cases 306. So that's what I have. Does anybody else need me to go over exhibit numbers?
Not going over numbers, Judge, I just want to make sure I got staff's homework complete with the corrections we made earlier. Staff will be filing corrected copies of exhibits 101, 102, 104, and 109.
If that was all of the ones with corrections, yes, that's what I have.
Thank you, Judge.
Judge, along those same lines, we had committed to filing a new version of Ms. Rolanda Shine's testimony that included her November, I forget the date, I believe November 21st, 2022 errata sheet, plus the red line one-pager that we circulated amongst the parties here, and that also incorporates the changes she made on the stand. We will submit that just so there's one clean copy for the exhibit.
That would be good, and if you can, if everybody can submit those by next Friday too.
Just to clarify, Judge, Ms. Shine's corrections were pretty extensive. The witnesses that made kind of minor changes on the stand, are those acceptable as is? Or do we need to submit new exhibits for every witness who made minor changes?
I think we can probably do with just the ones that were big changes,
great.
like Ms. Shine's.
Thank you.
That'll probably end up being less confusing in the long run.
Thank you.
Any other questions about exhibits? Okay. Any other questions about anything else? Seeing none, I think that completes the hearing. We almost made it by 5 o'clock. And I thank you all for your participation and your patience, and we can go off the record.
Thank you, Judge.